I'll certainly come with my best.
Absolutely. Sue, if you'd like to have one of these seats.
She's a rough world out there. I'm not going to make any comment about it. She's a rough world.
Good morning, Alistair.
Good morning.
And this is like stepping back into the past for you, is it?
No, it's nerve-wracking. Yeah.
Nerve-wracking?
I used to be quite calm and collected, didn't I, once?
I hope we're not too scary.
Not at all. No.
We're going to hand the floor over to you in a minute. You've got 10 minutes to make your submission. Just so you're aware, we are live streaming. And we have a number of, all those little bubbles up here on the screen are staff and elected members who are not physically present in the room but are watching via Teams, so you're aware. And the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you. Glad I'm looking my best with the live stream. Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much for your time. I'm here to represent the Rangitani Maritime Development through Farnham Holdings. So just a very quick summation of what's going on. Provincial Growth Fund provided 2.45 million. Yourselves are providing over 1 million towards the development. The process for resource consent is currently with the Ministry for the Environment to see whether it can go down the COVID-19 recovery process. The answer to that request should be available to us by the end of the month, beginning of next month. And then, all things being equal and consent being granted, the construction of that project would commence early 2022. So I'm here today to talk to you about the result of a number of consultations with the community about mitigating some of the effects of that development that we submit fall into the gambit of council's jurisdiction. They are outlined in front of you there relating to pedestrian access, public toilets, refuse or more particularly rubbish and footpaths. We submit to you that and we acknowledge that a public toilet is included in your draft capital works for the year after next, I believe, for Rangitani. So we've laid out the public in terms of our submission. We also submit that most of the works that we suggest would fall into council's gambit are probably areas that are already funded through LTP. It would just be a matter of reprioritising, but submit that the boardwalk elements, which would run from the proposed reclamation through to the reserve and from the village down the hill to past the existing jetty to the reclamation, maybe a little bit more in terms of funding required than you may have allocated in the footpath budgets. And that's my submission. Thank you very much.
That was a very short submission. You've used 2.5 minutes of your 10, so we now have plenty of time for questions from the floor. Councillor Cleveland.
Well, thank you. Sorry, could you just repeat, you said 2.45 from the, what was it, shovel ready or COVID or whatever, and another million, that's what you said?
Oh, yeah, 1.1 from council.
So you're no longer wanting 1.7, which was originally. What is the total budget for the whole project?
Currently it is 3.55 million. 2.45 from the Provincial Growth Fund, 1.12
at one stage, wasn't it?
Yes, there was some confusion a number of months ago in terms of what that budget was.
How confident are you about the numbers you've given us for the guardrail, for the boardwalk?
I submit to you that those are our assessments of the funding required, but I imagine that your infrastructure staff would need to do a quick review. The numbers, I think, are accurate, bar the boardwalk, which would go through the CMA in part. Potentially, it may be up to 800 per metre for a boardwalk, but part of that boardwalk would run on land, it would have to be constructed over the breakwater, if you want to call it that, and would be in the CMA. So it's between 400 and 800 per metre, so we put a value of 600.
And sorry, just finally, you say we, so you're representing Farmers, you're just identified as MWA Solutions.
Oh,
Speaking for,
I'm contracting to Farming Holdings.
so you're representing.
Yes, I'm representing them. Yes.
Councillor Strickland.
Hi, Alistair. Just to be clear, when you say you've consulted with the community, there is the Recreation Association. Can you elaborate on how much engagement you've had with the Residents Association?
So, yes, there's been a number of engagements with the Residents Association, including face-to-face, but also a number of email and phone call engagements particularly in the last, since December when I was taken on. Most of these issues that have been identified here have come through public meetings, and more particularly with these issues, and it was before my time, an engagement at the Reserve where a number of issues were placed on storyboards. And so we picked up those issues and bundled them, if you like, to come up with what we think are the main areas that would help mitigate any effects of the development.
Councillor Sloan.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Alistair. 2 points of clarification. The budget figure that you just gave Councillor Clendon, does that include the jetty portion of the project, or is that separate?
Good question. Yes, it does include the jetty portion, which is currently the allocation of the funding for the jetty requires that the consent for the jetty be transferred to the local authority, and it's part of the contractual arrangement between Farnham Holdings and the government. If that jetty consent is not transferred, then that money isn't available. And we're still in discussions with the Residents Association who own the jetty consent. But at the moment, they're not amenable to transferring that consent. I believe that they believe that that gives them more influence in terms of any decisions on the consent. But that decision would be in the hands of what would be EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, who would be the expert panel who would look at the consent application.
Thank you. And my second question, if I've got time, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. You talk about the introduction of an area of limited speed, and in brackets say 30 kilometres an hour. Are you suggesting a reduction of 30 kilometres an hour, or for the speed to be 30 kilometres an hour? And how do you see that process working outside of our speed limit review process?
I submit that a number of these issues are part of works that are already funded. So all I'm suggesting here is that a review of the speed limit in and around Rangitani would be appropriate, and what that speed limit is would be in the hands of people more expert than I am.
Thank you. Councillor Vucic.
I was actually flicking my pen, but I do have a quick question. What risk are we facing? Because I know there's been dialogue and there's been upset residents and various things. So, all this has that been settled, or is that still uncertain at this stage?
I think the only comment I can really make is that the process will go down a resource consent process, which will either be under the COVID recovery process, which is a panel of experts defined by will be the EPA. The difference between that and the normal RMA process is that there are no hearings. It's decided on by a panel of experts, and there's no appeal process. Should the application that's currently in front of government be unsuccessful, then the process would go down the standard RMA process. And we'll know that answer in a couple of weeks. I believe that there is far more support for the project than there is antagonism towards it, but that will come out in the consent process.
Okay, that's drawing us to the end of your 10 minutes. It's been an excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. I shall go and nurse my head.
Look after yourself.
Thank you very much. Morning, Sean.
Colleagues, our next presenter this morning is Shem Kerr. Page 91 of your pack. Bring your hand, Shem, if you'd like to come up and take a seat. While you're getting yourself settled, I'll just explain that we are live streaming this morning's hearing.
I notice your clock is a bit slow.
Yes. And all these little boxes here on the screen are a number of councillors and work colleagues who are watching us remotely via Teams.
If you don't mind me turning my back, the acoustics are poor.
So when you're ready, I'll start the clock and we're in your hands.
Well, not quite. You have the written submission. We have attempted to make it as clear and as easy to read as possible. We put the topic of the infrastructure item at the top in the heading, exactly what is involved. And we presented next is the summary and then the problem statement. The problem statement is that council munted a bridge, but not only did council munt the bridge, but they trashed the community at the same time because of the functions of that bridge. At the moment, council is treating it as a piece of playground equipment, as a nice-to-have item. This is core infrastructure. That's what it was gifted for. And that is the responsibility under the Act for council to maintain that infrastructure. Since we've written this, we've come up with a couple of things. It was suggested that we do a business case, a convincing business case. The community should do a convincing business case to present to the council. And that's not, as we understand it, the right sequence of things. So what we've attempted to do is a point of entry document, what amounts to a point of entry document. The thoughts come to us that our costing estimates were way too low. But on reflection, it's definitely going to be a tough ask to do a high quality bridge with a wow factor within those, within that cost estimate. On the positive side, there's contemporary design ideas as well as fabrication and assembly methods that will help keep the costs down and improve build quality. And I had the final word on inclusion of the wider community. Elsewhere, we've suggested that children be invited into the project. The response was that no children live in Broadwood. They're all bussed in. Well, there's a few families that come and go, but they're not permanents. And there's a lot packed into that statement. Most people aren't permanently children. They usually grow up. The question is why they don't stay around Broadwood. Some don't even stay alive long enough to become adults. And you got to ask the question, why did they suicide? And why do they feel that they're not wanted in this community? That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your submission, Mr. Kerr. We have time for questions if there are any questions on the floor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Kerr. Just in relation to the submission that you made around your comment for housing for the elderly, you suggested that it would be safer for council to set up a specialist community housing provider unit. I just wanted to ask if you were aware that council are challenged in terms of not being able to access external funding to provide that service, so therefore the cost is always on the ratepayer, which is why we're proposing what we proposed. So my question is, are you aware of that? And if no, does that change your preference of what council should do with housing for the elderly?
The issue is with council is it's going to lose assets. Any assets the council can hold on to makes its trading position better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the floor?
Just one quick question, Mr. Kerr. Actually, there's a certain person here that mentioned that because of Kari dieback, is it the Te Aroha Trail, which goes from the top of the North Island all the way to the south, actually has been diverted, and Broadwood is on that route. Is that correct?
It depends. A lot of people are actually using Kapui Saddle Road as a trail. There is a possibility that you could get external funding from somewhere.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's council's issue.
And therefore, the swing bridge is potentially another facility that would be a good attraction. In the past, when it was there, it was attracting many visitors.
I don't know whether it was attracting, but it was stopping people along who were there anyway. And if you can stop people, they can spend. And you need those facilities in town.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the floor? If not, it leaves to me to thank you very much for coming along this morning and making your presentation to council. We genuinely appreciate the effort that takes. Enjoy the rest of your day. Jenny Kerr, thank you. Jenny, just so you're aware that we are live streaming this hearing today, and that there are a number of people who are watching remotely. Each one of those silhouettes up there represents someone who's watching us via Teams. Cool. So you have 10 minutes and in your hands. If you finish early, my colleagues may ask you questions of clarification.
I will be finishing early. My main points have already been made in my written submission, and I just I'll just start a little bit properly here. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Pangaru te maunga, ko Manganui o ai te awa, ko Hini Kern taku ingoa, Paurenga Road, North Hokianga. I do support the change to capital-based rates, provided that that only services that are available and used, especially the three waters, be charged to the ratepayer. I think it's only fair because a lot of us are rural and we do our own supplies on all those and our own recycling. you've got my written submissions, I'm sure, so I don't want to bat them around much at all, but I support council to make realistic changes wherever they can and whenever they can, under whatever plan they can. And I am hopeful of progress, and I am happy to help. My submission details a little bit of local stuff I was working on with a very dangerous bridge on a corner, where we have seen and heard a number of smashes, people screeching to a halt in a near miss, or clipping the curve of the bridge, which is high and unpainted. The whole bridge is grey, and the railings are rotten, and the new road and its markings are much better, but the remaining problem is with the bridge structure. It's rusting away. We get salt wind even though it's 10 k's inland. It comes across and it affects roofs and it affects bridges. So just very grateful that a beautiful job was done of the road markings, and they're much safer than they were. And I hear the difference in the traffic. They're not coming to a startled stop, wondering whether they're going to nosedive into the creek anymore. As far as I know, I don't live right there, but we spend time there. But there's an issue with the culvert, I think I mentioned in my submission. And frankly, sometimes we wonder if the engineering skill that's needed in that particular soil structure and hydrology, we're wondering if the engineering skills are present. We really do wonder. And I think the roading labourers wonder too. So in the long term, there needs to be a solution where you have a really knowledgeable engineer on deck so that things aren't washing into harbours that shouldn't be, and along with them the ratepayer funds. And so I'm proposing to raise those issues in the 80-year plan, the strategic plan, because I understand as of just this morning that the strategic plan will enable long-term approaches to improve where frankly they appear to be lacking from one end of our roading network to the other in the area that I know, which is North Hokianga. So and in one particular case, it's been going on for 30 years or more since the Hokianga County Council removed a bridge and put in 2 culverts. And the nearest resident calls them straws. They will not drain 2 or 3 square kilometres of rugged terrain and mangrove estuary around Te Karaka Road. They don't do it. And she winds up on a little wooden island, which is her home, with the water lapping under her floorboards. She's disabled. She isn't supposed to drive, and her daughter lives on the next road and can't access her. The ambulance can't access her. The chopper can't access her. And the school bus and the Kohangareo van can't access the dozen families that live beyond her. It's just, you have to wonder why there's a new jetty out there, because it's a jetty on what becomes an island. Unless some route can be found through the farmland to Rangi Point Road, the Windy Hill, known as Windy Hill. So, you know, that's just one example. You guys probably know about the Waiho Bridge, that it's being replaced and that the culvert washed out in the last rain. Winter hasn't hit yet. And that salt water that they drive through, it rusts chassis, it rusts brake drums. You know, it is not good news. And that's why locals have to replace their cars twice as often as townies. You know, I can't blame council for increasing speeds or logging trucks, but they're out there and people aren't coping very well. And I'm sure you don't want more of them winding up in hospital. but they can't fix their roads because they'd be liable. So that's really one question, is how can we make it so that nobody's liable to come off those notorious roads, some of which are missing their gravel, like bare clay and winter coming on. So I'm sure the solution is in someone's hands, but it doesn't appear to be the present engineer. He's very young and he's not from this area and he's struggling. And he's got people older than me advising him how to do basic installation of infrastructure because he doesn't know. And it's very hard for him to accept the word of a labourer. I'm sure it is. It would be very humbling. And it's probably really hard to see the culverts washed out into the Hokianga from the Waiho deviation, which is down in the creek, in the tidal creek, because they need to work on the bridge there. So, you know, so happy to take questions if I can answer them. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your submission. We have a few minutes if there are any questions from my colleagues.
I have a quick question. I'm well aware of that road situation and the walking trucks. In fact, I came back that way and I noticed increasing traffic. And also a recent motorcyclist got killed on that road.
I wasn't aware of that.
Have you noticed with the closure of State Highway 1, have you noticed the increase in traffic on that road?
The shopkeeper in Broadwood says there's a little bit more. They're not unhappy that most of it's gone to the East Coast, but it was a submission I made to Mike Edmonds, an informal contact I made to him when I realised that Transit New Zealand was directing the traffic to the east and not mentioning the fact that there was a twin coast through Broadwood on their electronic signs, which understandably are a small space. They've probably got limitations. But one of those accidents on the bridge, which totaled a rental car, was a fatigued driver during another detour session a few years ago. The road at the sign at the top of Pawarenga Road appeared to him to direct him down that road. He thought he was heading for Ahipara and he wiped out the car. He had to be taken home by a local resident for the night because he frankly needed a rest. But people do drive down there after long journeys, and we even have people who grew up there asking us directions. They lose their way, and that's not when there's a detour. They go, you know, they run out of gas somewhere sometimes because they, you know, place is shut and it's an awful long way to Inverary.
We're at the end of your 10 minutes.
Sure.
I just leave it to, on behalf of my colleagues, thank you very much for your fulsome submission and for travelling all this way this morning to talk to us in person. It is genuinely appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for welcoming us.
Marie Cannon. Hello, Marie. Come on up. Good morning. Do you understand the process? You were here when I articulated it to the people before you, so we're in your hands, 10 minutes when you're ready.
So you have the additional information that I emailed through to the submissions on Sunday evening at 4:04 p.m. Yep. You got that this morning? Yes. Okay. So my main concern is the proposed changes to the rating system. In areas such as the Far North District, where not all ratepayers receive the same services, I fail to see how it is fair to charge ratepayers for services they do not receive. The Doves Bay ratepayers have already paid for 10 years to get our road sealed. That was back in the 1990s. Because the council at the time were not going to even seal our road when they sealed Te Peter Bay. So we paid in our rates for 10 years, $136 from every ratepayer for 10 years, so $1,300 from every ratepayer to get the road sealed. And of course we pay for the services for the septic tank already. We don't need to be paying extra again, I don't feel. And of course we have our own water supply. So we just feel that we're really not getting any services out there. So I find it hard to see how it's equitable. So by rating on capital value and thinking that the owners of these properties with a higher CV have more ability to pay is not accurate and it is not fair. I've lived at Doves Bay for over 30 years, so when we bought into Doves Bay, my neighbours up the road paid $25,000 for a section and built. At the time we came in the late 80s, it was $60,000 for a section. So property values, yes, have gone up, but that doesn't make the residents have any more ability to pay. Many are superannuitants. Single living alone will earn about $22,721 in this year, an increase of 3.1% from last year. But the rate increases that many are meeting out there, it's for me personally, it will be 20% just in the next rating year. Time you add on the long-term plan increase, the capital value increase, it would be a 20% increase. My neighbours, it would be 28% increase in their rates just in the next financial year. So over the next 10 years, we just feel the rates are going to pretty much double and we haven't really got any more income to cover them. And we can't earn any more money off our properties. So very unaffordable. The planned rate increases are not sustainable. I did read that the New Zealand Treasury data indicates that the tax on capital value is regressive. Unimproved value of land has long been recognised as an equitable form of tax. The Finance District Council acknowledges that ratepayers cannot afford continuing escalating costs. So I really do ask you to reconsider this plan because in its present form, it is not equitable. I've also read the Auckland Council's economists are investigating the idea of changing their rating system from the capital value to focus solely on land value. The reason being is to encourage more productive use of the land for much needed housing. Ratepayers are not going to increase the capital value of their property if more rates are required. So that, considering that, I understand. Just also consideration, and I need to ask the council for advice on this. We have a large proportion of our land at Doves Bay still in the native bush, and we're protecting the kiwi habitat. And many properties, have this uncleared bush. And then I just heard that a rural property nearby where they've planted trees, that they have applied to council for a rebate on their rates because of providing, trees on their land. So I would be glad to find out the information on that. One last point to note, somewhere along in the submission process, someone noticed that an error had been made on a map with the Doves Bay Reserve, but I thought I've attached the legal document, the statutory information for 2009. It was really designated and recorded as a reserve for 92 Doves Bay Road. So I think that's really all I have to say. I'm happy to answer any questions.
That was a very good submission. Thank you very much. Questions from the floor? Councillor Fenton?
Thank you for that. Just two things quickly. How large is the property you're talking about, your current property?
My current property, 02035, mine's only just under half an acre. Yes, but, you know, when you have Doves Bay, a lot of people only have their house, and then there's perhaps over half the section is in bush. Yeah, and up here, this is all privately owned bush here, you know, and one house here.
You mentioned the Treasury comment about CV being aggressive. Did you just find that on their website or online?
I did, yes, I did, yeah. So just a lot of comment about whether it be capital value, and I know perhaps there's half the councils in the country that have rated on capital, but I feel that it's a fair system when everyone's receiving the services, but I fail to see how it can be equitable when some are getting the services and some are not.
Any other questions from the board?
Just quickly, hi Maureen. The last QV evaluation that came last year or the year before, did your QV valuations go up quite dramatically?
Small increase, yeah. Okay. Not great, not a huge jump.
Was it relative to the improvements that you've made to your buildings?
No, not at all. Nothing. No.
Thank you.
No, absolutely nothing.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Marie, for coming today. Something that we have consulted on as part of the rate package is proposing to reduce the commercial differential from 2.75 downwards, recognising that there is potential that will stimulate economic activity, but also that cost has to shift onto the individual. It's not clear in your submission as to whether or not you're supportive of that, so I just wanted to ask your thoughts on that proposal around the commercial differential.
I have no comment to make on that, but I'm just really comparing the fact that because a person's capital value is higher, that doesn't mean to say their income means that they can afford to pay the rate. So I think many people will have to move from this area because they don't earn the income to support those rates. But the question I asked about the planting of trees, is there a rebate that we can apply for if we have trees that are providing kiwi habitat, or is that apparently the landowner across on Peter Bay Road is applying for a rebate and gets a rebate on their rates because of planted trees?
Councillor Stratford would like to have a crack at that one.
Can you answer that for me, please?
Yes, amongst our rating remission policies, there is a process where you can apply for a QE2 status on a property. It has to be assessed and there needs to be a pest management plan in place and proof that it happens. Yes. There is another avenue as well. I think when the property is subdivided, there's covenant and can go through that process as well. I can email you the information.
That would be great, because we all do pest control out there as well.
Yeah.
Cool. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming along and making a submission. Enjoy the rest of your day. I understand the weather's on the improve out there.
Thank you very much.
Good. The next presenter this morning, we're running a wee bit ahead of time because we've had a no-show, is Kathy Jones. Good morning, Kathy. As you're getting yourself settled in, I just would like to let you know that we are live streaming today's hearing, and those silhouettes you see up here on the screen are a number of staff and elected members who are not physically present in the chamber today but are observing us remotely from their laptops. Okay. So when you're ready, you have 10 minutes. I'll start the timer. If you finish early, my colleagues may have some questions of clarification for you on your submission.
Thank you, Anne. I thought I had another 10 minutes to prepare myself, but here we go. We're dairy farmers and we are horrified to find that the council thinks it's okay to put our rates up by 33%. We're a small business. We're trying to encourage the next generation, and then hello, the rates are going up 33%. The inflation is only less than 2%. The interest is an all-time low for the council, and we can't see how it can be justified. That's the main point. As to fair and simple, the rates are based on land values, and because of our business as dairy farmers, we need to have land, obviously. But that doesn't mean that we've got a better income. Our taxes are based, our national taxes are based on our income, which is fair. It's not fair to say because we've got a large piece of land, we've got a good income. It seems to us that dairy farmers are paying the price because there's a perception that the payout's good. But the payout's not always good. We've come through years of our farming where the payout doesn't even meet our costs, let alone the fact that we haven't taken a wage, let alone the fact that we're not working 40 hours a week like the normal. So that's part of the system that seems to us is wrong. We've already had to fight our case for the dairy tankers on the road. The council tried to introduce a huge levy. The dairy farmers had to then use their own time and resources to go through all the information and found out that the information was flawed. So it was clawed back, but we've still got that penalty. If the rates are clawed back for dairy farmers from 33%, the rate increased to say 10%, we've still got a big increase that doesn't feel like it's justified in the current time. Dairy farming has contributed hugely to the GDP in this present time, and that's what's keeping the country going. And it seems to us that the small family dairy farm that's been backbone to the community, whatever you want to think, is being hammered and hammered and hammered. And we live just 20 k's from Kerry, from Kirikiri. We don't have water reticulation, we don't have sewage, we don't have refuse collection, we don't have recycling, and we have a pothole road. And so we wonder why it seems okay to put a proposal forward that the rates go up 30%. So that's the main part of what I'm here about. Our rating take, regardless of the capital proposal, has gone, the rating take has gone from 0.0042 to 0.006. It's not like our land's gone up in huge value, but what you're asking to take on our dairy farms has gone up hugely. As you may or may not know, dairy farmers have got huge compliance costs right now. You know, when you start dairy farming, you've got to separate the waterways. You've got to do a nutrient budget. You've got to do this, do this, do this, and it's just ongoing. And then you read the council proposals. Oh, so dairy farmers can pay another 33% in their rates. Who on their salaries or directors' fees or whatever expect to have 33% added to their costs? It just seems unreasonable. And as I said, I didn't have my 10 minutes to clarify why. And the rate proposal doesn't even include the capital proposal. That's just what's happening to our rates on your projections. And as far as the council rates go, there's a projection and then there's a percentage increase. We don't get a percentage increase on our income. If the inflation rate's 2%, then you don't expect that all the other costs should go up because the inflation rate's 2%. But that's what you're doing with all your proposals that are on the website, that you want an increase and then you want a percentage on top of that. So what's happening to our rate take? Where's it going? What's happening? We've got more people coming into the community, so therefore there should be more rates because it's a smaller block that's been subdivided or whatever. But it just seems to be tick the box and put it up, tick the box and put it up. And so I want to ask anybody that can tell me in this room how you think that it's fair and simple. fair and simple for who? That's what.
The other thing too is that, you know, the small farmers and that sort of thing, we have a lot of pressure from banks. We have done for quite some time, and we have had to diversify in different areas, and that's going to try and would like to try and improve things, and that's going to try and keep ahead of all these things. And it's you know, the banks have been pressurising for ages, and all of a sudden this sort of thing comes up. Well, hello, you know, I mean, if I turn around and said to every one of you, I'm going to cut your wages by $10,000 a year, how would you feel? Well, that's what you're doing to us.
So we, you know, we're not used to speaking in front of you guys or anybody, but we wanted you to see that there's real people that are trying to keep their farm going profitably. At the back of us is a second generation with a young family to make a vibrant community. I mean, we can sell all the land and cover it in horticulture or whatever you think, but where's that money coming from and where's it going to? It's not staying in the community. There's not, if you have a big corporation, then the staff are transient. Whereas if you've got a family business, the community is more vibrant because those people plan to be there.
Thank you very much for your submission. It might surprise you that we've received a number of submissions very similar to yours. I want you to walk away today with some comfort that it is just a proposal at this stage. It's not a done deal. My colleagues are in the room today to listen for 4 days to listen to submissions from the public. We have 800 written submissions to read. Based on what we hear and what we read and what we learn, my colleagues and I, we will be deliberating further on all the matters that we put out in our proposed documents. Just wanted to give you that comfort because I can see that you're quite distressed, and it is certainly not our intention to cause any distress in the community. So I'll just go to my colleagues because I see they've got some questions for you. So I'll go to Councillor Stratford.
Hi there. Thank you very much for coming along today. So you're concerned with the constant increase in rates year on year, not just the proposals on switching to capital value and all the other changes that we were looking at doing.
Yeah, the percentage increase.
Yeah.
Year on year.
Yeah.
But particularly a 33%. We've got a big farm. If you've got a small dairy, like shop dairy, you have to make a margin. If you've got the warehouse, the margin's smaller to still survive. And so if you've got a huge property with huge income, then you don't have to have so much to survive. But if you've got a small family business, you've still got all those compliance costs. Yeah.
To give you an example of something, if you're somebody that's milking 500 cows, just say, hot water cylinder goes. 500 cows pay for that hot water cylinder. But if you're only milking 120 cows or 150 cows, 150 cows are going to pay for that. Then the next year something else goes. And that's the difference between small businesses and big businesses. Immaterial, whether it's farming or what.
And so we've come to the end of your 10 minutes. I just leave it to, on behalf of my colleagues, to genuinely thank you for coming along today and making such a good submission.
Thank you.
We are running slightly ahead of schedule on your order paper this morning, colleagues. We've had one crossed out. So are you ready? Oh, good. Okay, so our next presenter, who was not scheduled till 10:30, is Margaret Upperton, page 146 of your pack. I'd like to come forward. For my new colleagues, the Uppertons are regular submitters on council, and it is genuinely appreciated that we have such engaged citizens. 10 minutes, you know the routine. The floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you. Could I ask a question just to start? How many councillors are here?
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the room and 2 on the screen.
Thank you. My submission, you've got copies of it. I'm appalled at the attitude of council and thinking that they can raise rates by 20% and add on other charges, water and sewerage charges to properties outside areas of benefit. I mean, a rate rise of 20% in 1 year. Why? I mean, are we going to get some huge benefits out of it? We haven't had any benefits out of the rates for the last 20 years. And to jump this, and it seems to be pretty wide around the country, that people are just raising rates ad hoc. To say that we benefit from the use of water every time we have a coffee in town is a blatant distortion of the truth. We go into Kerikeri and have a coffee fairly frequently, and the coffee price is $5 for a cup. Surely that covers about the point something of a cent for the water. Storage also, if we pump out our septic tank, the contractor charges a fee for the use of a council facility, which is fair enough. But don't flog us again by adding a sewerage charge to people that we're never going to get a benefit and don't particularly want it. I've had the health department look at our septic system and they've said we never have a problem. And that was from the coastal survey they did some years ago. So if a septic tank is used properly, it does not have any problem. That to charge us to cover some other sewerage system that they've installed, especially the Kerikeri scheme, which is so darn limited that is, the minute it's opened, it's going to be obsolete. Well, underused. It's too small. I believe staff numbers have risen by something like 30% in the last few years, and suggest that we have no improvement in service, roading and efficiency in that time. Now, I may be wrong, but I don't think I am, and I'd like somebody to point it out if I am wrong, that staff numbers have increased, and that the cost of staff is a huge part of the cost of our rates. And unless we can see some tangible benefit of the increase in staff, which I'm sorry, but we can't see it over our way, then I think that needs to be looked at seriously. Capital rating is another form of taxing one's assets. The only time in my experience, and that's quite a long time, the capital rating does work is in multiple high-rise areas, like Auckland CBD, where you've got 35 stories, 75 tenants, all on a quarter-acre block. Capital rating does make some sense in those areas, but in an area that is largely rural, I don't think it works. Already, there's distortions in that, insofar as they are not taking all capital assets into consideration. I believe that the structures around kiwi fruit orchards, which cost a fortune to put in and are deductible for tax, are not rated as capital. Also forestry. Trees grow, they cost a lot of money to put in. I've done this, I had 1,000-acre forestry further south. So I know what it costs. Those trees are not, I believe, rated in the capital value system. So there's distortions there already. And that, I don't think, does the district any benefit at all. You're penalising people who might buy a run-down property and do it up, so the capital value goes up. Why? I think the only excuse is that it's another way of raising more rates. You wouldn't do it if it was reducing rates in general. In particular, the proposed Rangatani jetty and parking area. Yeah, this is a hot topic in the area. Just because the growth fund allocated X millions of dollars to do up the jetty and the ramp, they've come up with a scheme that is way out of proportion to its value. You've got 2-point-something million, I think it is, to provide about 16 car parks. I think it works out about 300,000 per car park. And if that's a way the council sees to spend money, public money, then I think they've lost the plot. There are other areas that jetty and ramp, and I admit that they're needed, but there are other areas where you don't drive down through a quiet residential area with no footpaths and have boats and trailers going down at all hours of the day and night. And they do go down all hours of the day and night, believe me. I've got friends that are living in Opito Bay who tell me that. You've also opened the area up for commercial. There is another area not far from there where you could run the road is actually down to an oyster shed, which is on the water's edge, and it goes down to a quiet area which wouldn't disturb any neighbours and would act. You would have far more room to park boats and trailers. Just another one, which I'm sorry you haven't got, it's just that it's not even in the district plan, I don't think. It's spraying our road edges and playgrounds with glyphosate. It's not mentioned in it's not mentioned that you're going to stop it. I suggest that you should look at a steam system and get rid of these poisons. The latest information and recent research is that baby girls can be affected in the womb by this glyphosate. So surely you should look at that very closely and eliminate it from your program. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upperton. As always, a very good submission. We have a few minutes left. Are there any questions from the floor? Councillor Glendon.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's very interesting. We heard a claim this morning that more residents are in favour of the development of Rangatani than are opposed to it. Would that match your experience or your perception?
I'm sorry, I'm slightly out of here.
Sure. We heard a claim this morning that there are more local residents who favour the Rangatani, the jetty and parking development, than who oppose it. Would you agree with that perception?
We had a meeting a few months ago where most of the locals were there. When I say local, I'm talking the Rangatani Loop area up to Kurpari Road and out to the junction where the Opito Road turns on. We call that the local area. Out of that lot, there were 5, I think, in favour and something like 80 against. I'll leave it to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
In favour of it. it'll change the whole, it'll change the whole area. Now, it's a quiet area. We haven't got footpaths. People can walk on the roads because the traffic's careful there. It just goes down to a loop and comes back and then back out to the road. And let people with boats and trailers go down there. There's a corner at the top there that they all belt round if they're strangers. They all belt round it, and it's a right angle corner. You go down to the ramp, and it's another sharp bend. The bus can't even get round it one way here, go the other way round the loop. And it's just not safe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rutherford, for your submission. We're at the end of your 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we're well ahead of time, so I'm going to call a tea break and a stretch.
Thank you.
Familiar face to the council. Welcome back. Colleagues, this is submitter 561. You have 10 minutes. You know the routine. Before I start, I just need to let you know that we are live streaming. So you'll be forever immortalised on YouTube after today. And these bubbles up here are a number of councillors and staff members who are not physically present in chambers today, but are observing the proceedings remotely. So you have a far bigger audience than you think.
Thank you.
They're in your hands.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Janine McVeigh. I've been a resident and ratepayer in Kianga since 1973. And as Anne has mentioned, I'm a fairly familiar face in these places because I've been very serious about being engaged in annual plans, district plans, long-term plans, regional plans, and all the rest of it for probably about 45 years, I realised this morning. So I really do thank you for the opportunity to do this, and thank you, for coming up with some very good ideas in the long-term plan. I did put in a submission, and I put in a one-page addition to the submission, and it's that one-pager that I'm going to speak to. And it basically covers three major topics: climate change, environmental degradation, and social inequality. I'm not going to read what I put in because presumably it's already in there. What I am going to do is just take it a little further with each of those, and if there are any questions that anyone wants to ask me, then hopefully there'll be a bit of time to do that. Actually, I'd really like to thank the council for being incredibly supportive of Te Puna o Kupanuku, our group that has taken back the campus in Rawene. We are so appreciative of that. We've got Kay Harris up and working there and starting to set things up so that things will be happening. Because I think education, as an old educationist, I think education is the heart of the way, and the way that education is done will be the way in which we make this society function much better than it sometimes has. So the first one I have is about climate change, and climate change is largely about an educational focus, if you like. Council put climate change in there, and I went to a big climate change meeting we had here, but it isn't clear that it's always the lens that decisions and processes are put through. And I'd like to strongly recommend that when we're talking about the future, we should be looking at not just ameliorating the effects of climate change, but preventing us making things worse. One of those things, and I've mentioned this in my thing, is that growth is one of the things that's talked about as though it is always a good thing. Some kinds of growth are good. Growing trees is good. Growing food is good. Growing young human imaginations and minds is good. But growing the number of cars on the road, petrol cars on the road, is not good. Growing the number of cows in the paddock, I'm sorry, farmers, but just growing the number of cows on the paddock is not really a good thing to do. Diversifying, looking at different ways to do farming, looking at ways to regenerate what's been lost, looking at ways in which we don't just say we want more tourists, but looking at the ways in which those visitors do come and how they do things, where they do things, and what they do when they get there. I live in Rawene and I've got a little second-hand bookshop there, which is in an art gallery. And we've had, since COVID, we've had a huge number of people come through who would otherwise, I think, be going overseas. And they're buying art, they're buying books, they're buying coffee, and they're slowing down, and they're looking at our countryside, they're walking around, and so on. They're coming in too many cars because we don't have any public transport, but they're buying local. And that kind of thing is better than promoting the idea of bringing in millions of people from overseas to swamp our communities and make them be the kind of places they don't want to be. In terms of the environmental degradation, one of the obvious ways actually to talk about climate change or environment, or for that matter social inequity, is to have a really good relationship with tangata whenua. Now I know we have several Māori members of our council, which is a wonderful thing to do, but this council also voted not to have a Māori ward. In other words, if you get Māori council members, great. If you don't, tough luck. I would really strongly say that was not a good decision. That the decision to have somebody whose role is to provide that perspective, to always be aware of that perspective and to provide that conduit and possibly even some information for people who are not really confident about these things would be something the council would benefit from. So I want to just leave that one there and have that as a kind of underpinning of all the other things. So, and that environmental things, encourage or pay for, give some support for people to have water tanks instead of big dams. I was having a conversation with an old mate of mine who said, I'm getting $8 million to dig great big dams so that Kaikoui has a decent water system. $8 million in a town this size, you could give everybody a decent water tank and a filter and be done with it. And then when it rains, they would have water and you wouldn't have to A, spend the money and B, do that kind of environmental damage. Waste and recycling. I think it took us something like 10 or 15 years to get recycling going as a thing. I think there needs to be more education around that. Glad to see that there are things now like soft plastic, but there needs to be much more promotion of not having single-use plastics at all, microplastics and all the rest of it. And then, of course, I'm going to come to the big thing. You've got the book there about the wastewater. I've been banging on about this since 1982. I'm pretty sick of it. I actually haven't got another 30 years, 40, God, nearly 40 years to say Hokianga Harbour is a taonga. It's a national taonga. It should not have, however small the number of fecal coliforms, it should not have human waste from 4 systems going into it. It should not. And it is perfectly feasible. Don't talk to me about, oh, your rates will rise if we change anything. Actually, the sea level is going to rise and take half of those systems out anyway. So invest now. We have done the research. A volunteer group of us have been working now for about 12 years to get people to understand that it's possible to do it differently. We came down to 2 systems working with engineers. One was the activated sludge, but a more superior system is the electrocoagulation, which we have seen working, which costs about the same. For a town the size of Rawene, you're talking about just under $500,000. That's capital cost. The real cost, probably, the operating costs are around $100,000 a year. The same for both systems, but EC comes with a centrifuge, so you get your dry stuff and your water going out is virtually pure. Then you need somewhere to put that water. If council were to really engage with the idea of not looking at it from the point of view, this will cost millions, therefore we have to raise the rates and therefore we can't afford it and therefore we shouldn't do it. If they would actually do what they've been doing with Te Māori o Te Wai and work alongside, help us to do a kind of roadshow of this is what we're doing. What it will give you is X number of cubic metres of clean water every day in the summer for your forest. You're more likely to get people saying, me, I'll have that. And that way, the costs of setting it up will be nothing like the imagined costs that everybody fears. So I really want to impress that on you. We've come a long way. That document that Cheryl kindly took and spread is now 2 years old. And the 2 years since then, we've worked with engineers to discuss this and to come up with ways in which it can be done. It can be done. Rawene is the most difficult place to look at these things because it's a clay peninsula with slippy hills. It can be done. You only need you need about half a hectare for the treatment thing itself, which comes in a neat little shed if there's a pond, which, you've got to have a pond. That you can flatten half a hectare pretty much anywhere. That's not particularly difficult. Disposing of the 150 cubic metres of clean water each day is the issue. But you've got all those hills with forest on them. The problem will be if people go, oh, we don't want sewage. It's not sewage. By then it's clean water. How much time? 1 minute. Okay. You've got the book. You hear me speak. I think it's really important. Hokianga Harbour is a taonga. Please treat it that way. Do not treat it as a toilet. Finally, social nutrition equity, I love the way council is to some extent supporting this. Please stay in being responsible or helping community groups to be responsible. I think Rhonda's doing a brilliant thing here in Kaikoura, for example, and I'd like to see council continue to support that because housing is such a huge issue. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you very much. That was, as always, an excellent submission. And I see we have Jessie. Is that you, Jessie?
Yeah, sure. Nobody wants to ask questions. So.
Well, we only allow 10 minutes.
Oh, shall I use it?
Only questions if you don't use your full 10 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm really strict, so I'm just going to push this clock.
I'm glad you're right.
And when you're ready.
Kia ora koutou, ko Jessie McVeigh tōku ingoa, no Hokianga hau. I'm involved in quite a lot of different groups over in Hokianga and have been since I came home about 12 years ago. I grew up there, it is home to me. But today I'm just speaking on behalf of myself and also of my son Kahu, who is 11. So yes, I'd like to also thank the council for a lot of mahi that I see you doing lately around trying to improve the services that you supply and improve on the relationships as well. I think the roadshow and that we're taking the documents around was a good idea. There were some improvements which I've got some ideas about around that, but I really appreciate the sentiment and appreciate the councillors who've been really supportive of Te Mauri o Te Wai and other issues that I've been involved in Hokianga. You guys know who you are, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. I also want to talk about climate change. I actually didn't know what my mother had submitted or was going to talk to, but obviously climate change is the biggest challenge of our time. I know that you know this. I keep up and try to keep up with your documents and your plans and so on. So I know that you have started to put strategies in place, and I don't need to tell you what's happening, but it's also really pressing that it's not something that's going to happen in the future. We're already seeing it. We're seeing it here in Kaikohe. We're seeing it in Hokianga with our droughts, with our really unpredictable weather, with the fire that we had in Rawene. We've never seen anything like that. I'm also in the fire service, and our members are really aware of the increasing danger. So it's something that's become very pressing on us and very real. I know, and you know, that as humans, we are coming to the limits of the biophysical limits of the earth, actually. Like, how crazy is that? This is where we're at. This is through our actions as humans, we have affected our soils, our forests, our waters, our air so much that we are endangering the future for our children. I know that you recognise it as Far North District Council that this is the #1 risk. I appreciate that. However, I don't get a sense that us in New Zealand, despite the fact that our government has declared a climate emergency, I don't get the sense that in a day-to-day or the running of our councils or central government actually are doing all that we can do around this. I believe that this needs to be the central thing that all of our efforts need to focus on, and it needs to be across every decision that we make and that we do. And you, as our representatives, are charged with that in the capacities that you have under the Far North District Council. So I also don't think, I don't think that we have to compromise our communities and I don't think this means that needs to be a terrible future for our children. I believe that we can restore and regenerate and look after the environment and mitigate and be resilient around climate change, as well as leading good lives. However, they're not the lives that we're leading at the moment. We need to change. This needs to be reflected in our plans and our actions. I know you're thinking about it, but it needs to happen now. The time for thinking we've done that. We know what to do, really. 2050 too late, carbon zero, 2050, that's just way too late to actually make a difference for the kind of lives that I believe we all want for our children, our mokopuna. So what can we do about it? You talk about future-proofing assets and resources. My mother talked about the wastewater system. This might seem like quite a minor thing in terms of climate change, but it's something that we can do and that we need to do right now. You've applied for another 35 years of running sewage systems out of places that are in flood zones and are going to be in sea level is going to rise over them. Rawene is below sea level. Our sewage system is below sea level. For another 35 years to continue this flies in the face of actually managed retreat and dealing with climate change. We have other options, as my mother mentioned. Opunoni or Mapere sewage system as well as in the flood zone. There's a lot of documents showing this. There's options. If you look for them, there are resolutions to these problems. Kohu, I don't need to speak about that. Kohu's right on the mudflats, right next to the harbour. So we need to take these things seriously. All of the decisions that you're making, they're not separate from the climate change mitigation that has to happen now. Water tanks, again, I support the use of water tanks, and please, take that really seriously, that those small systems that communities and whānau can have some control of and be supported to do that. I think that's a better answer for us in the north. That's water resiliency and as averse to water poverty that some people have is it's crazy in a place that in the winter we actually get a lot of rain. Obviously our roads, our building, our transport needs to be reflective right now, not in the future about what we're going to do, but when these things are coming up, we need to do this right now. Roundup, I sat in a meeting here, and that might also seem like something quite small in the face of climate change, but what we know about Roundup is that it's killing the life of the soil, and what we know about soil and the health, it actually sequesters carbon. All of these small things that we can do will add up to actually be restorative of our soils, restorative, please, of our rivers, of our forests, of our harbours. I also want to talk about improving that relationship that the council as a whole and the staff within the council have across Hapuan community. And I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody else, I'm just speaking about my own experience, particularly through Te Mauri Te Wai and the Hokianga Environmental Forum. There's a lot of work that can still be done, and I think one of the things that could happen is that to really ensure that all of your staff have the training around the history and contemporary nature of the relationship of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi and how that plays out today and the effects of why we are where we are, which is a very difficult place, I know you know that, and how you as councillors and your staff can improve and actually be active.
Things done, paperwork signed off. Oops, I better plug myself in. Just bear with me.
Sorry, apologies for that.
So I think from my own experience of sitting in numerous meetings, I think that your staff could be really supported to do better. Maybe perhaps to have an experienced facilitator in community who's or trained up in facilitation, trained up in cultural competency. When you don't do this, where we're heading, as you're probably aware, we're heading towards Environment Court, particularly around the sewage systems. Some of the basis that will be standing on will be
1 minute.
Will be around the lack of genuine engagement and sticking to the expectations and rights of tangata whenua. So we don't need to do this. We don't need to do this, but your staff need more training and more support around doing it correctly so that we don't end up in a battle. I want to just quickly talk because I see Sean there, and I know that at the last hui in Rawene you mentioned that the wastewater only contributes something like 0.03 of the pollution that goes into Hokianga Harbour, or a number very minute, and that needed to be taken into consideration. But I question how that is measured. I question not only there's probably a volume perhaps, but it doesn't reflect not only the cultural insult, but it also doesn't reflect the things that aren't measured. Your data doesn't measure things like microplastics. It doesn't measure pathogens and viruses. It doesn't measure heavy metals. These things every day are flowing from 4 systems into our harbour, the harbour that is a taonga of national significance historically, culturally and ecologically. There's a wide number of SNAs in the harbour. These need to be respected. We need to do better. We can do better. Please work with communities, work with the leaders in communities, find solutions together, because the way that is sort of antagonistic or is putting the threat of rates rise first, I don't believe is how we're going to get to real solutions.
Thank you, Jessie. I'm going to have to
That is probably it. I just want to say that we need to put these things right in the centre of all decisions. Climate change, relationships as treaty partners, and communities need to be right in the centre of our values, and all decisions to come out of that. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. That was a very excellent submission.
Kia ora.
We've got a whole segment coming up of submitters who are presenting online. The next one is already online, and we can call them in now, and that's on your ID, IBS58, John. And the organisation, I'm not, without reading a submission again, I can't remember what that stands for. Thank you very much, Councillor Cleanan. John, I'm just going to do a sound check. Can you hear us? Just sort out our technical challenges.
Then try talk to us.
He's here as a guest in the bottom.
Somebody mute him now, he can't be muted.
Maybe if he logs out and rejoins.
Sorry?
He's not answering me. Alicia, do we have a phone number for? Yeah,
me. Apologies for that. I was looking at the famous line about time. I was off mute, so apologies. Look, Kia ora, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will try and share my, but just put some of the key points of the coalition submission on the slides, just maybe easier to absorb. So let me try and do that, and hopefully that will work. This is the one. Are you able to see that? Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Great. No, it's not. Oh, sorry. Projection. There we go. Okay, so look, again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. The thanks right there. The Auckland GE-Free Coalition would like to see the existing precautionary and prohibitive policies in the plan strengthened. We're very grateful for the work that the Far North District Council and other councils have done over quite a few years, over a decade of work has gone into understanding the complexities of the GE issue for different regions in Rohe, but also to understand there are some issues in the current legislation and policies and approaches central that have been very well canvassed by local government New Zealand with government over a decade and have not actually been addressed. So just in case you didn't know that you're new to council level, the reason why regional councils and local councils have taken on board a remit to look at the precautions necessary for their area is that the central governance isn't 100%. There's this essentially the failings in the Hasno Act include a lack of liability provisions, and many of these in place, both in the far north but also in other areas, are saying, okay, we're going to put us at risk if someone needs to be liable and be prepared to pay out if we lose exports, if we lose some land because of contamination. So the policies that are in place in the plan do reflect producer, ratepayer and resident aspirations, and it is setting the direction to preserve and protect what I believe is a unique asset for brand New Zealand and brand Northland, but also other places as well, which is clean, safe food that is not genetically modified to a degree where the world don't want it anymore. And generally speaking, so you know, the fastest growing food segment in the USA, or was recently when I looked, was the non-GMO project, which is an endorsement organisation that validates that companies are not using GMOs. And I spoke to the then head of Lewis Road Creamery last year, and he said they'd actually taken up that non-GMO project endorsement for their products in the USA. Fonterra are doing, actually Fonterra have done the same. But the point was, he said, when I go to America, the first thing they ask me about our dairy and what we're shipping out is it GMO free? So it's a really present and active issue for US consumers and across Asia and obviously at home. So in terms of, just to finish up, thank you, and we do support what you have in the plan. Thank you for your work with the Intercouncil Working Group. Now, this is a really cost-effective, smart way of not putting too much money in, but getting bangs for bucks and efficiencies and collaboration with other councils facing these same issues and looking at management options. So we've asked that a small amount, I mean, 10,000 was a little bit random. I'm not sure whether it's enough, to be honest, but we believe, and we asked for the council to not only fund ongoing commitment and engagement with the Intercouncil Group at a very small level for what you get out of it, which is this fine energy and knowledge and response mechanisms, but also, as well as maintaining the strong commitments we've got in terms of the plan, just added that the cautionary and moderate approach should include things like organisms. There's a global push. It's happened in America. It's happened to consultation in Australia and in the UK about, well, let's not worry about products from some of these new techniques, which are so precise and not necessarily transgenic, that therefore you may not have any moral issues and the science is settled, so we're not going to regulate gene-edited organisms. Now, that's a debate going on in a number of places. The evidence is that gene editing does have side effects in terms of unexpected perturbations in the genome. So the argument that we've been putting forward and independent scientists have been putting forward is you can't deregulate gene editing. It is as powerful as any other genetic engineering techniques, and we've got to have oversight. You can't have a wild west for people changing genes everywhere. Unfortunately, that's sort of in the air to some extent from some lobbyists. Gene drugs are being promoted as futuristic ways of getting rid of pest animals. Again, high risk, highly futuristic, not in practice at this stage, and therefore definitely something for precaution. And a new thing that even I only heard about a couple of months ago, gene silencing pesticides. So rather than pesticides that just kill an animal, it will use RNA to basically switch off genes in their genome, genes that they need, which will kill them. Now, unfortunately, even those are problems because it could turn off genes in valuable insects, for example, bees. So therefore, precaution and regulation is necessary there. So thank you again. We ask that you specifically mention those new emerging risks in the plan and maintain those strengths in the plan. And just very quickly, don't be too carried away with promises. You've got to have GMOs. Stop thinking about council. Stop thinking about people and growers and public. This is going to save the planet. Well, actually, no at this stage. The reality is that biodiversity, regenerative agriculture is the climate smart view to addressing climate change. So thank you very much. I'll just get out of this and come back to see you. And if there's any questions or comments.
Madam Chair, is he trying to show us the slides?
Yeah, he's projecting the wrong screen.
John, I'm not sure if you of what it is that I'm missing as to why we need to continue this work.
The last 10 or more years, local government have been advocating with government about the flaws in the Hasno Act. For example, there's lack of liability, there's lack of requirement for precautionary approaches on a release of a GMO by EPA. The fact that once an organism is released, there's no recall or recourse to pull it back, and it ceases to be deemed a GMO, even though it is a GMO, so there's no oversight of it. Now, this kind of like framework for regulation is an Achilles heel for New Zealand, but also for any regions producing food and exporting them. And that's why places like Hawke's Bay have also followed suit. And so it's there's a regulatory gap between what central government allows to happen through the EPA and what local communities, growers and exporters need to have in place to protect their interests in terms of environment and export and well-being. And that tension's been going on for many years. It's an ongoing debate. I hope you do regularly receive the independent scientific advice from physicians and scientists for global responsibility, on which I'm a trustee, and they regularly update us with the latest independent science, because of course the other side of it is that there's a lot of commercial pressure. Use GMOs in whatever way seems fit, and that's the tension that these regulations need to be engaged with, because the pressure on scientists and innovators to get something out in the market is causing a rush to market without the right research, monitoring and liability framework around it. And that's why it's so important that you take action along with other councils in creating a precautionary policy and program within the plans.
Well, that was a very good answer. Thank you very much. And we've now used about 10 minutes. So thank you very much for joining us today. And again, my apologies for the connectivity challenges we experienced.
No worries. Kia ora. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
The next 6 are joining us online, but we're not at the right place in the timeline. Do we have any of them there, or are we going to have a break? Okay. We're going to have a break, thank you. We'll have a break, colleagues. Break, we turn on.
Choosing to stay ignorant and denying the facts make you not only bystanders, but also participants in the ecocide, and one could also look at it as genocide that is happening in New Zealand. Pesticides are cumulative, building up in all systems over a period of time. So phasing out pesticide spraying over years will not save the lives of people that are already on the tipping point. It will not prevent the risk of children being born with birth defects, and it will not stop the pollution of our waterways and soils. The continued and indiscriminate use of toxic pesticides is a breach of one of our most basic human rights, the right to health, and that includes a healthy environment. I would like to point out to you that our group is part of a nationwide and global movement. As I speak, people all around New Zealand are rallying to demand an end to the senseless poisoning. A People's Inquiry and a panel of independent commissioners is currently recording the testimonies of people from all over the country who have been negatively affected by pesticides, and I expect Northland will not look good. But the good news is that councils already have all the ingredients to switch to integrated roadside and weed management. And you don't have to invest much, if any more money at all, because the contractors are already alternating between spraying and mowing the roadsides. I don't know about the far north, but I know that in Whangarei District Council, they've been, switching from spraying to mowing. So all the equipment is there. It doesn't require any new equipment. You don't need to invest in anything like steam, the steam-driven, methods. It's all quite a big investment. I realize that. So mowing and slashing and, for trees, chainsawing will be perfectly adequate. So all the equipment is there, but what's even better, NRC Councillor Jack Crow, who is an expert in the field of regenerative roadside and weed management, is prepared to run training workshops for you. You could also choose, of course, to switch to roadside management by giving the contracts to all the individual communities, which would give a lot of jobs into the communities, which at the moment we could all do with, from what I understand. So all you need to do now is say, okay, let's stop taking such high risks with people's health and that of the environment, and let's be the responsible leaders that the people want us to be. It's really quite easy, and you will save lives, and you will save us all a lot of money that we can invest more productively. So that's really just a message that I wanted to share with you, and that 75 people wanted me to share with you. It really is just a matter of making the decision from that moment on. It doesn't require huge changes at all. So we're asking the Far North District Council to be the leaders. I used to be a Northern Lights, so I would be quite proud of you taking the lead in this. And I hope Whangarei District Council will follow. And the world will be a better place. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I thought it was quite enlightened to offer us 10 minutes, not 5 minutes like the Whangarei District Council. It's very hard to get a message across in 5 minutes. So I really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. You managed to run that off in 7 minutes. So we've got some time for questions if there are any from the floor. Councillor Smith.
Kia ora, Laura. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned the 75 people that wanted you to share this. Can you confirm that that's the 75 people listed in the submission, of which at the moment only one lives within our district?
Yeah, the 70, it was 73, I think, when I wrote up the list, the two I have men. They are mostly in our district down here. But the thing with pesticides is there is such a secondary spray drift, which is well recorded. So pesticides can travel up to 30 and 40 kilometers in the air. The particles that get uplifted the next morning after spraying can drift for a long, long distance. So 30 and 40 k's is quite a long way to go, which is why I did make a submission to the Far North District Council as well, because you've got quite a lot of horticulture up there who are spraying, and we are getting that down here. I mean, for us here, it's mostly pine forestry and roadside spraying. So, yeah.
Thank you, Nora. That was an excellent submission. The councillors will deliberate on this in due course. Just leaves it to me to thank you on behalf of my colleagues for zooming in today and sharing your passion with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much as well.
Hey guys, we'll just tie ho and see who else joins us. We've got Mike Moore who indicated that they would take us in.
What did you say?
I think 5 have indicated they'll be teamed in, so we've just got to wait for them to.
Madam Chair, are we able to pause the live stream while we wait? Or does it need to continue to live stream?
Should we say something to our live streaming customers?
I'm not seeing anything on the screen yet, so I'm just talking out loud to see if you're hearing me.
Shirley, you're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Great. Okay, thanks. Okay. Thank you. So mine's very brief. I just wanted to reiterate a few things. We think the council should not be involved in housing for the elderly. So that should go to another party. We think we would love our council to focus on the traffic jam that's happening in Kerikeri every morning, every evening. We are against being rated on the capital value. I think you're penalising the people that work hard, save hard, and it's like taxing us again on something. I think also that it should start to become more user pays, and you need to look at trying to introduce something that is more fair and that you're rating per person rather than properties. As an owner of multiple properties, we don't actually incur any extra benefits, but we certainly pay horrendous amount of rates. Can you hear me all right?
We're muted, probably.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Shirley, it's Anne Court here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, so we can hear you just fine.
Oh, great. Okay. I think also that Maori land does need to be rated. We should be all treated equally. And I think that would solve a lot of the far north's problems if everyone was paying rates. And I think you've really got to work towards that, because our rates are getting pretty excessive in Kerikeri, and we don't have a lot of infrastructure. We don't have good footpaths. We don't have a swimming pool. We have traffic jams. We're not even that larger town. You go to a lot larger towns and they don't seem to have the problems we do. So I guess a lot of ratepayers in Kerikeri in particular don't really feel like we're getting value for money. That's probably all I want to say.
Just going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you on your submission. Councillor Clendon has a question.
Yeah, kia ora, Terry. I'm interested in your notion of a poll tax rather than property rating. I just wonder if you'd elaborate on that and how that might work.
I'm not sure how we could instigate it, but I really think going forward we've got to. So I'm sorry I don't know, but it's something I guess I've been feeling for a long time, is that we've really got to look at everybody paying rather than, just I suppose the landowners, the owners of the rental properties. It's everybody that's using the roads. It's everybody that's using the surges. Everybody that's using the library. And I think that's what we've got to work towards, is that we're all contributing. It's just too hard as, I suppose, as I say, we've worked really hard. Yesterday I worked 11 and a half hours, and I think too, the other thing that's tricky when you've got people going towards retirement, they've built up all their capital, but their income actually starts dropping. And that's when it's really hard for them. Then they end up having to sell their properties because they haven't got income. So I don't think you should be penalising people that have built up assets.
Thank you. Councillor Tepania has a question for you.
Kia ora, Shirley. Hey, I just wanted to know if you knew that the local government rating of Whenua Māori Amendment Bill passed last Monday, and one of the main proponents of that is to wipe Māori freehold rating debt, and also to enable Māori freehold landowners to work towards getting their land economically developed so that they can pay rates, which is really great.
Yeah, it is really great. But I guess I don't know that it should be wiped. Like a lot of people in that sort of situation, we can't afford to own properties such as what the Maori land have got, and but yeah, like I mean, my basis is I think we should be equal. Like so I really would like to see Maori contributing, and yeah, that's my feeling on it anyway.
Awesome. Well, I really look forward to seeing this provision in the local government rating to allow Māori freehold landowners to be able to contribute in this space. So, kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission and your time, Shirley. We sincerely appreciate your written submission and your oral submission. On behalf of my colleagues, thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you very much. See ya. Bye.
Right. Next one, yeah. Everyone's saying.
So can we mute chambers, please? Hello, doing a sound check. Gone?
It's just you.
So we are live now. We are waiting for Stefan. He hasn't arrived.
Thank you. This is submitter 78. Can we ring? Yes, I just called it now. Thank you. Just so to let you guys know, we've got bringing our submitters to see if we can't sort out our technology challenges.
Stefan has been admitted.
Thank you, Marlena. Stefan, this is the sound check. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. A little bit faint. See? Yeah, now it's better.
Welcome to the Arnold District Council chambers. We're here to hear your submission. We have your written copy in front of us. You have 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. It's fairly simple, my point, I think. The way this tax is calculated is, I think, a little bit hard to get fair. I think you have a suggestion today and make it more sort of fair. But if the value fluctuates with the house market prices, right? And with that, so if my neighbor sells his house for a astronomical sum, my tax will go up, which is really a bit strange. And your suggestion will only make that worse. We see. So I live in Russell. And we see here in Russell that the house prices have gone up quite a lot the last year, and so also the tax then, which leaves a lot of people living here not well. They can't afford to stay, more or less, which probably is not what anyone wants, right? Hello.
Submission. Is that it?
Oh, is he gone?
We dropped it.
I'm here, but I can't hear you really.
You have 8 more minutes, Stefan. If you'd like to expand on your submission, or have you finished?
Yeah, I think I've finished. I think if you, well, one more thing then, if you want to look at a fair way to tax people, to taxes like this, then you should look at something else than house, because that's only a fictive value than that, right? Nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, I'm challenged with the audio quality. Have you guys picked all that up?
I think to go to questions would be the thing to end the session if there are none.
So are there any questions from the floor?
I have a question.
Councillor Vucic.
Stefan, I don't know if you can hear. You mentioned that a house tax where the tax is based on other measures would be desired. Can you elaborate on what you mean by other measures?
I think for you and me as a house owner, the only time when we have a value on our property is actually when we sell it, right? That's the only time we something to measure it with. As it is now, our measurement is when our neighbors sell, then that will impact our tax value. And I think a more sound way would be to have a tax when you actually do sell. That's the point in time when you do have money, right? I mean, it's not the case that I get more money because my neighbors sell their house for a heap of money and then my tax goes up. I don't earn more money. So the point in time when I have money from a house sale is when I sell, and that's when I think you should tax it.
Thank you, Stefan. Are there any other questions from the floor? No. Thank you very much for coming online today and sharing your submission with us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next submission today is Rick Palmer, who's up there on the screen. ID 624 UPAC. Welcome, Rick. Sound check. Can you hear us? Oh, we can't hear you. You're on mute. No, we're still not hearing you.
Let's try that one. How's that?
There you are. Hello. Welcome.
Good afternoon, all. Afternoon, councillors. attending today on behalf of the Pururua Station Limited Partnership, and one of the stalwarts, one of the members of that partnership, Diane Patterson, is also in attendance. So this relates to a beautiful farm out on the Pururua Peninsula owned effectively by the Patterson family. And it's been in the Patterson family for many years. It's not a situation where someone's chosen to live at a particular spot. It's a situation where people have been born onto a farm out there. The value of the property is no doubt, it is high. Its value is based on its location, of course, extraordinary views rather than its productive capacity. But the current rates are around 123,000 a year, 123,000. Now, the ownership entity doesn't actually farm the property itself, it leases it out to another entity, and that annual lease amount is 145,000 plus GST. It's a net rental, which means under the terms of that lease, the owner remains responsible for the rates. So obviously, it doesn't take a mathematical genius to work out that there isn't much left over from the income after rates are paid. Rates comprise currently around 85% of the income that the limited partnership receives. But things are about to get worse under the new proposals, because that appears to be the proposed increase under the calculating system on the website increases it to over 171,000. Now, of course, for one ratepayer, a farming ratepayer, to be expected to pay $171,000 in annual rates when they're out on the Pururua Peninsula and probably get far less amenity from council than a lot of those who live in an urban centre, is simply inequitable. It's actually more, 118% of the annual income that it makes. So over its annual income, it's required to pay in rates, which of course means it's making a loss before it pays anything else. Now, the partnership's well aware, of course, of council's difficulty in having to pay for all the services around the far north and the importance of rates with that. But it's submitted that rates must be equitable. They must be fair and just, and they must relate in some way to the service that the ratepayer receives from council in respect of that property. But there's a second part to this which is of concern, which is that there is an adjustment system at present, which means that a certain proportion of rates are deferred. Now that's, I anticipate a mechanism within council to seek to redress inequities when they occur, but the Patterson Station Limited Partnership understands, and I'm not sure whether this is correct or not, that the deferment system is also being removed. So it's submitted in addition to the what the rates would be under the new system. Obviously, there's a submission that that's unfair and inequitable. But also, if it's correct that the rate deferment system is to be removed, that's also something which is submitted against on the basis that that's something that currently is used, on our understanding, as a mechanism to help redress this unfortunate situation. Council's own rates brochure talks about being left with a problem council refers to as affordability. And, and I quote from that, there's a risk it will become too costly for some people to live where and how they choose. And as I say, this is both also a matter of choice, but a matter of birth as to the Patterson family. And it's clear that under the new system, it is being rendered unaffordable. So the very thing which council seeks to address in some situations is clearly being created. That situation is being created. So I complete the submission, which is the written submission there, that it may be that a new system requires some form of remission so that it at least has the flexibility to be able to deal with certain cases on a case-by-case basis. And I suspect this would apply to quite a few farms which are located in high-value areas. Now, of course, one of the points of interest with that is that in council's own long-term plans, there is intent to protect good horticultural land. So I think council probably has a role within that through its rating structures to ensure that those farmers are supported through that. And that really, unless Diane, you have anything to add, that's really our submission.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, submission well made. Ms. Patterson, do you want to add anything?
It is difficult to pay $11,000 worth of insurance and weeds and pests and fertiliser, and our farm is on very poor soil. It's not the Waikato, so we need to put fertiliser on. None of this is happening at the moment because rates take everything and there's nothing left. But thank you, Rick. You've put my case, I think. Thank you for letting me have a wee bit of a say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. I'm just going to open the floor now to my colleagues if they have any questions of clarification for you.
I do have a question. A number of farmers have actually said something very similar, and as has been stated by other councillors, this is just a consultation phase. We'll certainly be looking at all of these things, but I do have one question. That is that a sheep and beef farm? What type of farming is it really? Is it sheep and beef? Is it dairy?
Correct. It's a grazing farm. So it's a mix of both. It's a mix of fattening and breeding.
Grazing. Thank you. Thanks, Rick.
Any further questions from the floor? No? The Far North District Council thanks you very much for your submission, and it will be taken into consideration along with a number of others that are very similar when we deliberate later on this month and early next month. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Now we have Ms. Schubert on the screen. I'm just going to do a sound check. Ms. Schubert, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Welcome to the Far North District Council chamber.
Thank you.
We are live streaming today, so I just wanted to let you know that there's a significantly larger audience than what you can see in the room. And we have a number of colleagues, both elected members and staff, also watching us via Teams. You have 10 minutes to make your case. I'll start the clock when you're ready to kick off.
I'm ready now, thank you.
Off you go.
I live in Landing Road and I've lived here twice. I moved here in 2016. I left in 2018 and I returned the end of last year. In that time, I noticed a significant increase in traffic due to subdivision of Blue Penguin going in at the end of the road. In 2018, I petitioned the council to do something about the speed along Landing Road, which is a 50-kilometre speed zone in a school zone of Riverview. I petitioned to get something done for speed bumps or enforcement of the road speed or a speed camera. It took the council a year to answer my submission to tell me that it was a matter of law enforcement, not the council. At that stage, I was leaving Kerikeri, so I thought, oh, well, I've done my best. I can't do anything more about it. This was prompted when I had a cat that I had adopted who had been shot with a bullet in his stomach. The cat survived the bullet, but not being run over on the road. I wrote a piece on social media, and it went viral. And at that point, the Bay Chronicle did an article about speeding and the life and death of Freddie Moonman, as he was called. And they researched the number of accidents that had happened on the road from 2002 until 2018. And there were 16 crashes along Landing Road and one serious crash in 2015. I don't have the current update on those figures right now. When I approached the council, you fobbed me off and said it's a matter of law enforcement. So I went to the police, and the police said they do not have the resources to patrol and police all the road speeds around Kerikeri and the far north. However, following my submission and talking to the police, they did put a patrol car on the road last week around 3:30 in the afternoon. I spoke to the officer, and he said in 30 minutes he issued 8 infringement tickets. Cars are travelling along there at 80 kilometres an hour, not 50 kilometres an hour, because they come off Waipapa Road, which is 80 kilometres. They come round a roundabout into a 50k zone, they're still going 80. They speed along the road, past the school, pedestrian crossing, which had to be moved. That was shifted back in 2018, 100 metres up the road to make it safer for children to cross the road, because there is only one pedestrian crossing and there's only one footpath on the road. So children come out of the school, they walk along, they have to cross that pedestrian crossing. Well, it was lower down the road and it was too dangerous, so it was moved 100 metres further up. Where I live, I'm on a blind corner. I'm one of 4 driveways that come off the blind corner. I have measured from the blind corner to my driveway, it is 30 metres, and a car going at 80 kilometres an hour is impossible to stop in that time. It would take 69 metres for a car going 80 kilometres to stop. Doing 70 kilometres, it's 56 metres. Going 60 kilometres, it's 45 metres. And going at the speed zone of 50 kilometres is 35 metres. So it is physically impossible for a car to stop in time, not to collect me or my neighbours. All of us have had very near misses coming out of our driveway. People coming off from the other end, from the Waipapa bridge, where it's a one-lane bridge, people coming down that road are going 80 kilometres an hour. They get to the bridge, they slow down for the bridge, then they plant their foot and speed up the hill, round the blind corner, and are doing 70k at least by the time they go past my driveway. Nobody is sticking to the speed limit of 50 kilometres. The point I'm making, I work as a health and safety consultant. I'm here to prevent accidents, which is what health and safety is all about. My concern is that 4 cats have been killed in the time I've lived here. People's pets have been run over and killed on that road, and cats can run faster than humans. My biggest concern is it's only a matter of time before there is a serious accident, another one, and somebody is either killed or maimed. Could be a child, or it could be an elderly person, because there are elderly people living around here as well who all have to cross the road because there's only one footpath. So my petition is that a speed camera is installed, and this would have 2 purposes. It would change driver behaviour, because once people knew that there was a speed camera there, they would not be going at 80 kilometres or 70 or 60k. They would be sticking to the speed limit, otherwise they'd get an infringement notice. And the reason I'm suggesting a speed camera is because in my last petition to council you said speed bumps, you weren't going to do it. So speed camera would also generate revenue for the council. So it would be a twofold purpose. It would change driver behaviour. It would get people observing and respecting the 50k zone, and it would also be collecting revenue for the council. And that's my submission, that something is seriously done, urgently done, and put a speed camera up. I understand there are no speed cameras north of Kamo. I have spoken to NZTA about this. So it would be the first speed camera for the Kerikeri district. And we are on a main feeder road, Landing Road.
Thank you very much for your submission, Ms. Schubert. Very well made. I'm just going to ask my colleagues now if there are any questions and clarification for you. No? No questions. Very well presented submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you very much. And I see I've made it with 3 seconds to spare.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
We have one more submitter scheduled before our lunch break, and that's Phil Graham, on behalf of Healthy Families Far North. So can we give him a ring and see if we can get him?
He's here, isn't he? We'll find out. Is he online? No, he should be here.
We're just a wee bit ahead of time.
Phil's just walking.
Oh, is he presenting in person?
He is.
Oh, that's refreshing.
Has he got a resign that works?
Kia ora.
Right, go straight here and you're all up on the screen.
Kia ora koutou katoa, kei te mihi ki a koutou, ngā kainai ko hiki mai nei, engari, kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Shivers, on the top. Lovely to see you all.
Just while you're catching your breath, I'll just let you know that we are live streaming the hearing, and we have a number of staff members and councillors who are observing via Teams. So when they're not physically present in the room, we have a much wider audience out there than you think. You're no stranger to this, Mr. Grimshaw. 2 minutes. We're in your hands. I'll start the stop clock when you're ready.
Lovely, thank you very much. And thank you for the heads up just in case. So thank you for the opportunity to enable Healthy Families Far North to provide an oral submission to a written format. And I just wanted to pick up on a couple of points through the process. You know, people ask us, so what is it that we actually do for Healthy Families? So we are part of a Ministry of Health contract, and we're in that health prevention and promotion sort of field. But we also do a lot of work alongside the communities, identifying community champions, and you know, our communities actually have the answers for a whole range of things. So how do we get them involved in the process? How do we gather their insights, and how do we put it into a process? Or maybe co-design workshops to get to an outcome. We do that through a whole range of methods. There's a significant amount of entities nowadays that are using co-design and systems design thinkings to get to an outcome or an output, and I'll identify a couple later. And sometimes we get to our national body where we start developing these things called communities of practice, and I'll identify something like that later as well. And like I said, what is it? And we have some of the highest deprivation stats in Aotearoa. And if we're looking at the health and wellbeing of our communities, then we can't afford not to be a little bit more proactive, collaboratively within that space. And here's the reason why we're here today, and the thrust of our submissions, because council has a range of levers that it can utilise to help facilitate some really good outcomes in that health and wellbeing space. We're not suggesting that you're the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Education, but there are a whole range of tools that you have available, which we'd like to see utilised in an integrated and collaborative type of way. Those are sort of our key focus areas. And over top of that, we're also looking at it from a Māori lens as well too. Just some of the general comments. Shivers, a lot of submissions to go through, aren't there? A lot that are identifying issues around social cohesion, social connectivity, community resilience, and community and health, environmental health, whether it's soil health or it's public health. And if I just lift those submissions up to another layer, there was, some of the questions they were asking around was, how do we get to an outcome where some of those well-beings are addressed, whether it's through increased walking and cycling strategies, whether it's increased pathways, whether it's more physical activities alongside Sport Northland. So there was a whole range of stuff that sort of popped out in the process. Also around, I suppose, more integration of the full well-beings. And we identified that through our submission, whereby in relation to the compliance schedule within the reports, so we look at fiscal issues, we look at environmental issues, we look at Māori issues. We don't necessarily sort of specifically target social wellbeing issues, but I think that's just a legacy issue for council, which I'll come back to later. And maybe, I suppose, better integration of the full wellbeings in the decision-making process. WaterSafe New Zealand identified that. If they've got that lovely icon in there that talks about their full wellbeings and how they see decisions being made. We provided some other commentary around where that might be supported as well too. And outside of the LTP, as you know, there's increased issues around our national policy statements, especially about urban development. And when Kirikiri sort of gets over that ceiling of 10,000, then how are you going to pick up on some of the, not only the full well-beings, but also the issue around health and safety of those communities, and for that generational equity issue as well too. So there seems to be a lot more of that health component coming in through central government advice or directives, but there's a lot coming up from the community, and I picked up on the Kawakoa Community Plan and their priorities for 2020-2040. Fantastic icon. If you look at some of the well-beings in there, I think it sums it up quite well. The point I'm trying to make is that community are being quite active in identifying that there is a need and a response to some of that health and wellbeing space. Shivers, we all know that COVID changed everything for us, even for healthy families. So, what we've seen as BAU previously is no longer valid. I'm not saying some of the processes aren't valid. I'm saying the outcomes, some of those processes need to change. So Healthy Families Whānau supported the economic recovery kaupapa, but we're quite clear that it can't be seen as a standalone measure, and there's quite a lot of research that identifies that if we just focus on the economic recovery and then wait to develop something as a social response or social recovery, then things get worse before they get better, and it takes longer for them to get better. So our point is that there should be some form of social recovery response that sits alongside that economic response. And I was looking at the report that was drafted and around, so what might that economic recovery look like in relation to council strategies, policies, plans, bylaws? If you had done something similar like that from a social or a health and wellbeing response, you'd probably get a bit of an idea of some of the issues that we're going to be facing moving forward. And I might have missed it, but I think FN 2100 has some some great levers and opportunities. I just couldn't find the budget line around its implementation in the LTP. So I don't know whether it's just another part of the level of service, it's part of the OPEX, but it's not jumping out and it's not clearly articulated around how you're going to implement FN 2100 outside of this LTP and not 2024. So I come back to my point, I think leaving social recovery until 2024 is not going to help our communities. So, how can we help one another? So within Healthy Families, we do a lot of co-design work, workshops, facilitation, collaboration, and it's all part of that systems design thinking, which is starting to come to the fore now within both central and local government. We're also quite active in the community, but it's those bits of the community that don't participate, and and we've got a lot of that community that are struggling just to put food on the table or gas in the car just to take their kids to school. So it's those type of community insights that we're trying to bring into the system and advocate for. Internally, we're really lucky because we have a Healthy Families NZ collaboration, and around the Motu they developed some really cool stuff. So the example for me was around, I was looking at the social procurement process and how it was leveraged off Auckland Council's toolkit, which was developed by Healthy Families South Auckland and the Southern Initiative. And that's where introduced Kath. Kath is one of our new LSIs who's decided to come all the way back home from Tamaki and was part of that kaupapa. So getting alongside council, helping them figure out what that's going to look like in relation to community outcomes and criteria is a key skill that we have.
1 minute to go.
No problem. I suppose another example I could give around how we can work together is, so council has had that community garden policy for a long time. It's also part of Kaiora. We're currently working in that space around food resilience, whether it's food security or food insecurity. And so we're actively working alongside that community and council with Vaiki and Ross to try and help looking at what that system's going to look like. And just as the way of identifying what a potential food map could look like, this is just something we wanted to share with you as council. Like I said, it was developed with Healthy Families South Auckland, and there are a whole bunch of levers within that process that council has the ability of utilising. We would like that opportunity to sit alongside council and help collaborate on what some of your wellbeing responses might look like. And just lastly, some of us younger staff and ex-staff would have seen these. So the old social development plan and also the community health and wellbeing plan in Whangaroa. The point I'm trying to raise is council's been there before, but it's now time for a revisit and a revamp, and we have the ability to work collaboratively, and you don't have to pay us. So we manage those corporate overheads.
Be like committed like you. Come along and don't ask for money. Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you very much. We're now out of time, but it is elected members' lunch break. So what I would like to do is I'd like to invite our guests to join us. And if any elected members wish to take up the conversation with you over lunch break, you're more than welcome to do so. And we will reconvene at 12:30. Thank you very much. Can we turn off these then? a seat at our table?
Well, thank you very
Can
much.
I confirm that live streaming is commenced? Aisha, Malima?
We are streaming live now.
Thank you. Welcome to the submission process, Mr. Bleakman. Just so you're aware, we are live streaming the hearing, and there are a number of colleagues, elected members and staff who are watching us remotely. So although you have quite a limited audience in the room today, there's a great big audience out there that you can't see that are watching you.
That's good. I'm recording you too.
So we do have your submission for my colleagues. It's Bravo 0102 on page 3 of your written pack. And you have 10 minutes, and when you're ready, I'll start the clock.
Start the clock.
The clock.
I haven't done one of these before, so thank you for the opportunity. If possible, I'd like to ask a couple of questions. I'm allowed to do that during my submission. Is that okay?
Well, the 10 minutes is yours.
Okay.
We really strongly encourage you to use that 10 minutes.
Thank you. First thing I'd like to say with regard to the change or proposed change in rating that I totally disagree with, as do a number of people that I represent. The first question I'd like to ask you, as an example, is that a house in Kerikeri worth $500,000, under your proposed scheme, what would that cost in the new rating system?
Oh, we don't probably have those figures on the top of our
But you must.
Well, we have 36,000 ratepayers and we represent the district. So
That's why I gave you a very even sum of $500,000.
Off the top of our minds right now, on the would be able to answer that.
Well, without holding you to it, could you ballpark that for me with 10% of the capital value?
No, I can't answer that.
If it was the beginning of the day, maybe, but no.
Okay, so council's not sure how to do that. Second point that I'd like to make is that in your document, this little brochure that came around, you said that you would want to tax or rate the properties on capital value. Who would set that value?
All values are undertaken by quotable value, independent of council. That's in the legislation. We have no say in that.
Yeah. Are you aware that they had 42,000 submissions against their values currently? Well, that's what they have. You may or may not be aware that I'm currently in the process of taking you guys and QV to court for an increase in rates of 382% in 1 year, based on their capital values. The second part of your brochure that worries me awfully is that you say it leaves us with a problem we refer to as affordability. There's a risk that it will become too costly for some people to live where and how they choose, and we need to think about how we tackle this here, our ideas. And so far you can't answer any of the questions. The point with charging on capital values is you are very likely to make it unaffordable for people to live in their current houses. I gave the example of a $500,000 capital value, that's the QV value, of a house in Kerikeri owned by a 92-year-old on the pension, which after tax gives her $23,000. I don't understand how the council could imagine that that is a fair or equitable or even a sensible way to rate people. Don't misunderstand me. I'm aware that we all need to pay rates. There are costs involved in running the Far North or any other district. But I cannot see this as being a feasible certainly not a very moral idea to charge people just on the capital value. You're assuming, it would appear, that if somebody has worked hard, saved hard, or mortgaged hard, and has a house that's worth some money, that you think that you should tax them on that. That, ladies and gentlemen, is punitive. You're punishing somebody for actually doing what the government has been telling them to do for the last 20 years, which is work hard, save hard, build a house, etc. It would also put people in the position of having to try and recoup that money somewhere along the line. Probably if they had to resell their house, they would want to regain what they had paid out in taxes, which would put the cost of the house up. In this day and age, how am I going, Neil? 3 more minutes. In this day and age where we're talking about rents being so extremely high, how on earth would this make rents lower anywhere? It would do the opposite. If you're increasing the rates on any landlord in any shape or form, the tenants are going to have to pay more money, and they can't do that at the moment. In your second part of the brochure, you said here that this idea is actually based on the value of the property, which is considered the best measure of a person's ability to pay. Who decided that? Can you tell me who decided that? Huh? It's unusual to put things in writing to the public when you can't actually answer the questions that you raise in it. I've given you the example of the $500,000 house with somebody on the pension, and you are saying that the value of that house is a measure of their ability to pay. No, it's not, ladies and gentlemen. It's tantamount to illegal, and I will be challenging this further with a number of other people. It's ridiculous. In here you have said you want to reduce the extra charges to commercial properties. Why do you want to do that? Can somebody tell me why?
Mr. Blakely, the way we run hearings is that we don't engage in a Q&A.
Why not?
That's the rules of engagement. You've got your 10 minutes to tell us what you
Okay,
think.
in my last minute then, is this a public meeting, Mrs. Chairwoman?
But the submission process is a public
So
submission.
is this meeting at the moment a public meeting?
No, it's not a meeting, it's a hearing.
Well, as a hearing, is it a public hearing?
Yes.
Well, in a public hearing, I do have the ability and the right to ask the council a question. You're not a court of law.
Mr. Blakely, the way we run these hearings is that we allow the presenter 10 minutes to make their submission. If you would like to make an appointment to talk to one of us individually to answer these questions outside of this process, we'd be delighted to do that.
Well, we might have to go down that route, because it seems to me that nobody in the room here was prepared to even have a crack at one of those questions, not even have a crack at it. And I'm very, very disappointed. And in a public meeting, I'll be moving a vote of no confidence in the council. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry if I sound a bit heated. It's probably because I am.
That's absolutely fine. Mr. Blakely, don't run away. You've got 2 minutes here.
Not put it into the clock.
I've got my stop clock going
Okay.
here. I'd just like to ask if any of my colleagues have any questions.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions of you.
I have a question, Mr. Blakely, Councillor Stratford. With the rates on 500k be approximately 3,000 a year?
At the moment, yes.
Yeah.
3,200 something.
Yeah, and is the capital value of that property 500, or was it land value was 500?
That was the valuation of the land on the current rating system.
Oh, yeah, okay, so it's in Kirikiri, the capital value is likely to be higher than, say, on the west coast or parts of the north? Yeah, okay,
I
cool.
understand.
Thank you. Can I?
No, sorry, we've got Councillor Tepania wishes to ask.
Oh, there's another.
Councillor Tepania, who is watching us remotely from home because he's too sick to be in the chambers today. But he would like to ask you a question, so he's on the screen.
Mr. Bleakley, you're against capital value because that's not a clear indication of whether the person who lives in that house can afford. You would prefer to keep it at land value. Did you have a house in mind as a way of really meeting affordability?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
No, sorry, Michael, the sound quality was not good then. Would you repeat the question, please?
Closer to the mic, perhaps, Councillor.
Yeah.
Kia ora, apologies. I just wanted to ask Mr. Bleakley, you were against a move to capital value because it not being reflective of the affordability of a person who lives in property. Would you prefer to stick with land value, or did you have something else in mind?
I think at this stage I have something else in mind, but I think the council are the ones that need to explore better ways of rating. The documents that I've seen say that we're getting more and more people in Northland. If you look at the supermarket system, the more people we have, the lower the individual rates should be, not higher.
Thank you for that. I'm going to depart from script briefly and hand the floor over to the Chief Executive. And I would just like for the recording, councils are creatures of central government legislation. The Rating Act provides only two mechanisms for council to rate: land value or capital value, or a combination of the two. A lot of people have presented to us that said we should be looking at new ways to rate. That opportunity is not legally available to us at this point in time. I'm just going to hand the floor over to the Chief Executive.
Mr. Bleakley, just to close this session, I just wanted to say that you have our ears, that we sense your passion, and it's appreciated. This is not a token gesture. I've only been in local government for 4 years, and I am very impressed by how real submissions are when they get converted through our elected members into adjusted plans. So thank you very much for the passion and the description today. You are not alone, as the Deputy Mayor said, you're not alone in some of the themes that you've shared with us today. You've got a lot of support around you and everyone's listening. The reason we don't get into dialogue is because us talking is not what we're here to listen, and we want to give all of the time to our constituents so that we can get it full download. So thank you very much for your submission today.
Thank you very much, and I am well aware I was pushing my luck.
Please do not hesitate to contact the Mayor's office or the Chief Executive's office to arrange time to talk to one of us or more of us individually.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please remember nothing I've said is personal.
Oh, sure. Mr. Eastwood, welcome. Please come forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Eastwood, we have your submission. Submitter. Here you go, Bravo Sierra 16, page 25 of your submission. Can't take the radio operator out of the deputy. You have 30 minutes. I'll start the clock shortly. In the meantime, I just need to let you know that we are live streaming, and there are a significant number of staff and elected members who are joining us remotely via Teams. Sure. So you have a significantly larger audience than that currently before you. When you're ready, I'll let go.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Brady Swift toko ingoa, kei upoko mātua o hakinakina tātou tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity. Really just to verbalise some of the things that are in our submission. I don't intend to go right through our submission, but it's really probably the first page that I just wanted to highlight a couple of points. from which we've submitted on. So the first one is really around a couple of very documents from our sector, which have landed and are about to land on Council's table. The first one is the now completed Kokiri Ai Te Waka Haurua, which is our regional strategy for play, active recreation and sport in Tautokoro. So that's been developed over the last 14 months and has had input from Council on that. I'll talk to that a little bit more in the next item. So that's it's fantastic to have a regional document for our sector, which we haven't had in the past, and it's great to have Council as part of developing that. A key part of that strategy was the development of a spaces and places plan for Far North. Again, a document that is a first. That one's a little bit further behind in the development, so not quite completed. We're still working with Council on feedback. We've received some initial feedback. There'll be a draft plan come out, which will then go back to Council for more comment. And that's around detailing the state of sport and recreation facilities and infrastructure across the district. So two really important plans, and certainly part of our submission is to encourage and support Council for their support of those recommendations arising from those plans once they are confirmed by all stakeholders. The second point is around, I guess, a dedicated recreation and sport position inside Council, and it's the lack of that particular role within Council has manifested itself in a number of ways, I guess, in the recent past, the most recent being the development of the regional strategy I've just talked about, and having, I guess, sporadic Council representation on some of the project steering group meetings that we've had. Also things like the Northland Sports Coalition and Sport Northland's own mahi around having a dedicated person to liaise with around things like the Bay of Islands Recreation Centre and any issues or things that we might have around a facility like that. It's also, we've had anecdotal evidence from a number of organisations within the sector that have had relationship issues, given that there's not a dedicated resource as well, and I'm hoping they have hopefully submitted as well on that. So as such, as an organisation, on behalf of the sector, I guess, we're submitting that Council investigate whether a dedicated position for sport and recreation is possible, and that's around ensuring that relationship management between Council and the sector is as strong as it could be. I guess my last point here is really being that the consultation document kind of backs that up a little bit, in my view, in that you state that 5 cents in every ratepayer dollar goes towards sport and recreation. We think that deserves a dedicated position within Council that can manage those relationships. I just wanted to finish by thanking Council for the great partnership that they have with Sport Northland. We've highlighted a number of areas on that second page, really, that where that partnership is strong. The most obvious one being the funding of Leslie Wallace in the Far North and Cheryl Smith here in the Mid North, our community connector positions, which are really starting to make a difference in the targeted communities that they are working in. And I think that complements the community development work that Council is doing. It's a long game, the community-led approach, as you know, but already we are starting to see some real progress in those communities for sport and recreation. So we thank you for that, and we thank you for the rest of the points that we've made there around the Sport Northland partnership. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that submission. I have a question I'm just going to lead off first. We did indeed have a very good submission yesterday from James Coleman.
Oh, great. Yes, he was one of them.
Afternoon from Jamie Pazzi.
Yeah.
Apologies if I've pronounced her name incorrectly. You talked about a dedicated position for sport and recreation. Is that the norm in the sector? Do you have any feedback, you may only be able to comment on Northland, but
Well, I certainly know that from Northland it is, yes. So both Whangarei and Kaipara do. They're not necessarily called sport and recreation, but in Whangarei, I think it's park and reserve. And in fact, it might even be the same in Kaipara, but they have a dedicated manager for parks and reserves. Yeah. And from what I've seen across the country, it's definitely the norm rather than not.
wonderful. Thank you very much. Colleagues, questions? Councillor Clinton.
Thank you for that. You mentioned the sector being worth something like 170 million, which is not insignificant, and that there's about 1,800 people employed. I just wonder if you get what sort of work are those people doing? I mean, what does that encompass in that 1,700 odd people?
Look, that's a variety of different roles, from regional sports organisations to facility, working in facilities, to commercial. I mean, we're talking commercial here as well. So you'll have a lot of tourism, even that, or not necessarily now, but in the good times, that is linked around physical activity as well. So yeah, I mean, I can't put any percentage on those. But it is a range of different roles. That's getting quite old now. That's from quite a few years ago. Those stats, but not insignificant, as you say, in terms of a sector.
So the more sort of beach tourism activities.
Absolutely.
All that as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the floor? Thank you, Councillor Usage.
No, I just think, yeah.
Rachel, did you not have one?
I mean, great submission, really. I appreciate it. I haven't got a question, unfortunately.
I do have one question. Could you tell me a little bit more about what the Northland Sport Coalition is?
Sure. So the Northland Sports Coalition was established in 2015. So that is the 40 regional sports organisations in Northland. Northland Cricket, Northland Badminton, Northland Golf, you name it. So the 40 different sports codes that have either a regional body or, in some cases, just one club rather than a regional body. And it's the coalition of those 40 together that have that meet once every quarter, have a little executive that works on their behalf. It's really so that sport is advocating for sport as one voice, rather than what we have had in the past, I guess, which is each of those sports viewing the other ones as competition. So what we're trying to do is getting them to collaborate a whole lot more than they've ever done before, so that they're not seeing each other as the competition, they're seeing the PlayStation or the computer or the social media as the competition to, I guess, what we're after here, which is competing for leisure time.
And just a further question, it's a follow-up. Whangarei and Kaipara are represented at an officer level at that
coalition,
at those quarterly meetings?
Yes.
Has Far North District Council been a disadvantage, the Far North District been a disadvantage by not having staff representation at the quarterly meeting?
Depends, I suppose, how you define disadvantaged. Personally, I think you have, because if you're not there, you're not hearing the corridor that's occurring. You're not being part of making those decisions about which way the coalition goes. So, I mean, I would say yes. I would answer yes to that. But again, I think that depends how you would define disadvantage. It's certainly from our side, it's a disadvantage the times that council is not, because we don't have that full overview from a regional perspective.
Thank you very much. We're just coming to the end of our 10 minutes. That was an excellent presentation.
Rachel had a question before John.
I looked at you both and you both said, no, I don't.
She was like,
Brett, nice to see you. Hey, in your submission to the Far North District Council Sport Northland Partnership area, you identify that Sport Northland spends over 1.03 million annually on its core business within our district, as well as 10.5 full-time staff members. I just wanted to clarify that that was within the Far North and not
Yes.
within Northland.
Correct.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
that's across all of our initiatives. So that's taken into account things like green prescription, in which we have quite a few people based up here, but it's also programs like Healthy Active Learning and Energise that we have in primary schools. And so there's a number of, I would say 4 or 5 up here in the FTEs, just up here in the Far North district. Yeah, so that's right across all the work that we do. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
My apologies, Councillor Smith, and thank you very much for your feedback.
Thank you.
Next, we have NRC, and we have 3 representatives from NRC. Please come forward. Justin.
We always come in force.
Marty Robinson and Colin.
I quickly apologise. Councillor Kitchen's away getting a COVID-19 vaccine because he's front line on the fire services. Just the 2 of us this afternoon. 3 of us.
We have 10 minutes, gentlemen. What's in your hands?
Yeah, I'll launch into it because it's a lengthy submission. So firstly, I'll be speaking to transport. NRC fully supports all efforts by FNDC to upgrade and strengthen the roads and improve the unsealed network. NRC notes that these activities are to be undertaken in conjunction with the Northland Transport Alliance. NRC also supports the proposed option to develop the Twin Coast Cycle Trail to support tourism growth. The trail is an important asset for the district and region that should continue to be developed. The next few paragraphs, I think the main one there to touch on is we're asking for continued support for public transport, and that really is aiding us with our submissions to maintain the subsidies we've got for those vital local public transport links. And there's a specific note in there if there is a capability to be able to assist in bus shelters, and pull over points on some of those roads, because that's some of the feedback we're getting from from patrons of the services, that if there were better bus stops and shelters from the rain, they'd probably use the service more. We would strongly ask that you continue to support NRC and NTA in the effort to provide the best possible transport-related outcomes for Northland. The next one we'll move on to is drinking water supply. So NRC strongly supports the development of a Sweetwater Borefield and pipeline. NRC understands that the work is planned for the first half of year 1 of the long-term plan and agrees with FNDC's prioritisation. It's important that development of the Sweetwater Borefield and pipeline is completed so that new water supply is in place before next summer. The next paragraph is just really speaking to all the issues with the massive drought we had in 2009 and 2020, and there's a note there strongly urging supporting the upgrades for Kaitaia and Kaikohe, but also questioning there whether or not a more careful glance needs to be applied over Kawakawa and Moriwa and Kirikiri also. Given the growth in some of those areas. NRC strongly supports the upgrade of the water main Heritage Bypass in Kirikiri, and that's just about knowing that, without those pipes being in tip-top condition, you're going to have leakages and all those issues. We've also got a note in there, NRC recommends that FNDC includes some expenditure in the LTP to address improving water resilience of communities that currently do not have public water supply. We're acutely aware of our rural communities, and many of them are very poor. The issues they face in running out of their water tank supplies. So we want you to take note in terms of one of our LTP priorities is looking at a water tank grant scheme, to aid those rural communities that we see are suffering from water poverty. Our next item is wastewater. So NRC strongly supports the proposal to reduce the wastewater overflows in Kaitaia, and that's to do with the upgrade of the current municipal plant there. The next few paragraphs are really about the budgets you've got for many of your municipal plants across the far north. There's an overall question, and I'm sure if you've got more detailed questions you can ask Colin, about given the fact that the TA hasn't actually gone through the consenting processes for those plants, whether or not those budgets are actually, will be sufficient, because, you actually don't know what you've got, the upgrades and specifications. So, and we appreciate that that's a tricky spot to be in, and also you've got the Three Waters looming. So we certainly, understand it's a difficult space to work in there. I think that covers your wastewater treatment plants. Yeah, we also, I think, really want to acknowledge the work that the District Council's done, particularly with Māori communities, in terms of investigating land-based treatment systems. We know that that's far more costly, but certainly, in terms of long-term sustainable outcomes, we really want to acknowledge the District Council and the work they've done investigating those more sustainable pathways for wastewater treatment. There's a quick couple of sentences there on stormwater, which are just supporting the budgets you've got there for improving stormwater upgrades. And then my final little pitch to you is to do with economic development. So we strongly urge you to support and become a shareholder of our joint CC, in getting together, champion the Northern region, and in turn, improve outcomes, social outcomes and job opportunities for our communities. So with that, I'll hand over to my colleague.
Just to take it in bite-sized portions, do you want to ask questions on that first, or have the whole presentation? Because there are several items. Okay, thank you very much. Talking about climate change, we appreciate FNDC's involvement in the Joint Climate Change Adaptation Committee, and really encourage collaboration at both governance and operational levels. Climate change is a biggie. We can't just say climate change is going to happen and then leave it to happen itself. We've got to really be proactive in enabling responses, adaptation, mitigation. So we've got to put the money in so that the mahi can be done. Land management, with the upcoming spatial planning right in front of us, we acknowledge the planning undertaken in supporting the growth of the Far North's food, fibre, fuel and forest-based industries, and really believe that we have to have fit-for-purpose accurate soil information. It's essential, so we've got to invest in that. And Northern Regional Council requests that FNDC invests $40,000 a year, $198,000 over the next 5 years, which is 18% share. Civil defence and emergency management. We've had a terrific storm last year and this year, tsunami, COVID, drought, storm surge, flooding, and we really have to work collegiately with NRC and the 3 TAs. So support the FNDC's verbal support for the proposed upgrade of the tsunami siren network, and also investment towards a joint multi-agency emergency coordination centre, and recommend also that FNDC consider revisiting the wording of the FNDC plan to see that it does really reflect the CDM activities and arrangements. That's civil defence and emergency. District facilities. We know it's going to be a big ticket, big cost item, but it just it has to happen. So we really encourage FNDC to proactively plan that these facilities will be planned in front of you. Brent was just talking to it before, I think. Now we've got to enable it, which means it's essential. So it's essential that it's funded. So just have the courage to get that funding, whether it be through rates or whether it's corporate sponsors or however, it needs to happen. Water, we realise the importance of water conservation and appropriate usage, and encourage FNDC to explore alternative methods of water conservation, such as grey water separation, appropriate use of water and applying it to crops, best practice. Waste management, it's an increasing issue. We're going to need greater population, greater intensification, so we have to address the waste management, sorry, go back to waste management, not just wastewater management, but also appropriate waste management. I'm so keen on recycling myself, and it's not happening. And we've got to do it collectively. Individually as TAs or our separate councils, it won't happen. So we've got to combine and start to enable it to drive central government to help have it happen. And finally, natural hazard risk. We encourage FNDC to collaborate with FNDC and note that natural hazard maps must be included in district plans as required by the RPS, and for that to happen, it has to be budgeted for. So please put that in the LTP as well for funding the natural hazard risks.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
In a nutshell.
That is your 10 minutes, and I know some of my colleagues had some questions, but unfortunately, 10 minutes is 10 minutes. So I just wish to leave it to thank you very much for travelling all of this way to present. And we will take the submission on board when we go into deliberation. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask, I'm going to be putting on another hat shortly, which is going to be involving Jeanfrey Taitoka. I shouldn't say it right now because I'm sitting here in a regional council capacity. But because it's going to take shorter than 20 minutes for two people, if there are any questions, can they be asked now? Or is it
The
just
challenge I have is that we must be fair and equal to every single submitter.
Yeah.
And I'm really rigid on the 10 minutes because if I let it slide 1 or 2 minutes, by the end of the day, I've got a customer sitting here waiting 40 minutes for their time.
Okay,
So
thank
I'm
you.
really strict and I do apologise.
Absolutely. You know the building we come from. Thanks very much. Cheers.
So our next submitter is Shane Muller. Come on up, Shane, and have a seat.
I'm joined by my colleague Linda Donaldson. I hope it's okay.
Shane, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours. If you don't take 10 minutes, my colleagues may ask you questions at the end.
Sure.
And I'll start the timer when you're ready.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, councillors. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Shane Nola. With my colleague Linda Donaldson here. We represent the Te Araroa Northland Regional Trust. Some of you may be aware of Te Araroa. It's the national walking trail of New Zealand that goes about 3,000 kilometres. It starts at Cape Reinga and goes to Bluff. In this part of the world, from Cape Reinga across to Te Wirihi Beach, Scott's Point, down 90 Mile, currently through Kaitaia, ideally through the Harakino Forest, across through Ratahi Forest, to Kerikeri, Opua, then through the Russell Forest and down the coast towards Helena Bay. The Te Araroa has been in operation for about 15 or 20 odd years since it was formed. We are a new regional trust here in Northland, of Northlanders that have work under the umbrella of the National Te Araroa Trust. And we're here to champion and promote the Northland section of Te Araroa. The trust is just in the process of being formed. So we are kicking off our process of awareness building with councillors and other territorial authorities, and also reaching out to groups like Northland Inc. And businesses and so on in the region. In the last full walking season before COVID, there was something like 1,300 walkers registered to do the Te Araroa Trail. Of course, that's probably only a very small proportion of people that actually walk some element of it along the way. Linda here has done the whole 3,000 kilometres trail. I've done much less of it than that, but she's very familiar with it. We believe there are great benefits to the local communities for having Te Araroa walkers come through the region, through the district. These are walkers that these people are very low eco touch. They're on foot mostly, camping, staying in local motels or campgrounds or people's houses or maraes in some cases. They are buying food and supplies and sometimes some clothing from local retailers. And they're out there, exploring an amazing side of New Zealand and seeing some of the New Zealand culture and landscape and environment in a very unique way. To give you some sort of sense of comparison, there are similar length of trails in other countries. You may have heard of the Camino de Santiago in Spain. There's also the Appalachian Trail in the US, and there's, I think, the Great Coastal Walkway, I forget the exact name, in Australia. So, for instance, the Camino de Santiago in Spain has something like 300,000 walkers a year doing it. So you can sort of see the potential scale and numbers of people that can become attracted to these large, long, challenging walks in interesting parts of the world. So we're here to wave the flag for Te Araroa to increase the awareness at the territorial authority level of the trail. We have in our submission requested, we've been fairly non-specific, I must admit, we've requested council's support for signage, for trail maintenance where it crosses Far North District Council land, and we've also requested, I think, $10,000 per annum in terms of expenditure on items such as signage, weed clearance, trail maintenance, and other sort of hard spend that might be required along the way. Northern Regional Council provides a lot of support in terms of kauri dieback management. So in various parts of the trail, they will provide hygiene stations to mitigate or prevent kauri dieback in certain areas. Other councils around the region, for instance, Porirua District Council, or Porirua City Council, I think, is a big supporter of the trail and has put a lot of money into a section of the trail and down towards Wellington. Up here, we don't have any sort of major hard projects like that underway right at the moment, but we do seek your awareness and general support for Te Araroa as it passes through the Far North District Council area.
Thank you.
Maybe Linda, you can to contribute, otherwise questions.
Well, I noted that Shane said that there were 300,000 people on the Camino de Santiago a year and 1,300 through walkers in our one. Well, when I did it, I met 3 other walkers, and that was in 2012. I think there were 20 walkers on the trail that year. So in the time that it's been going, the first season was 2011, 2012. There were 20 known walkers, and now there's the 1,300 length of New Zealand walkers plus any number of section walkers. So it's already growing and not quite so lonely for long distance walkers.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm quite sure Councillor Smith would like to make a comment.
Only questions, Deputy Mayor, but I will be in contact later on. Kia ora. Thank you for your submission. I had a question of clarification around your request and whether you had any understanding of what level of financial commitment that may look like. It would just make it easier for us to consider this within our deliberations.
Sure. We've put in there a specific $10,000 a year over the next 10 years. We must admit that's somewhat of a stab in the dark because at this stage we just don't know what we might ask you for funding for. It doesn't sound like very much. The trail in most places crosses DOC land, private land, iwi land. So there's not necessarily a lot of sort of hard trail building that we're expecting Far North District Council to do, but there may be signage requirements where we're coming into towns. There may be some improvement for access for safety, things like that. So forgive us if it's a bit of an umbrella amount, but I'm sure as we identify potential improvements to the trail, we'll come for a specific item.
Any other questions, Councillor Strathern?
Yes, kia ora. Is the track sustainable? So the funding model of seeking 10 grand from this council and others, I assume, Do you think that's sustainable? Have you got other funding avenues?
No. So Te Araroa was given a grant by the government about 8 years ago of $5 million. That is sort of being amortized over a period, and that funds a website. We only have one employee in the whole country. The rest of us are all volunteers, providing our time for free. Because the trail crosses private land, public land, we're not really sort of an asset intense. We don't actually have any assets. We're not an asset-based organisation. We're there to sort of promote the trail, to coordinate landowners, to coordinate territorial authorities in maintenance of the trail insofar as it crosses their land. Walkers do make donations. Registered walkers are required to donate, but of course there's hundreds of thousands of people that will walk a section without paying any donation, and they may not even realise they're on the Te Araroa Trail because it's so varied across where it goes.
Thank you. I was just going to check if my colleagues on this side of the table have any
Some questions.
So next, there are also funding needs for addressing Kōrero dieback on sections that you're out of and public toilets. And sometimes that falls to NRC or FNDC. Just pushing again, are there other avenues for funding that you can tap into? Grants?
At a national level, the National Trust has not been particularly proactive in terms of reaching out for identifying sources of grants. It is an area where, at a national level, we probably need to get better. The national organisation is also affiliated with the Access Commission, so we do get access to some of their resources, particularly around mapping and dealing with private landowners and the more sort of technical aspects. But we're very an underfunded organisation, and to some extent that's sort of reflects the nature of the trail. It's a very sort of ethereal concept. It's really just sort of a linkage of public trails that we're publicising here.
Thank you very much for your submission. We've gone over time. I'm sorry about that. But I'm quite sure if any of my colleagues wish to take this conversation up with you offline, they know how to find you from your submission details.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Robinson, are we going to get someone to adjust the temperature in the Arctic circle?
She just snuck and did it. I said you had nice cooking, So.
Marty.
Kia ora koutou, Arnold.
10 minutes, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, can we just pause while the surrounding sounds cease, please, for the purpose of the live stream?
Stop the clock. No, I can see it and probably say it in less than 10 minutes.
Mr. Finch.
Mr. Finch, could I ask if you wouldn't mind stepping outside?
He can't hear you. Go back there.
Right. All righty. We're in your hands.
Hi, kia ora koutou, Arnold. Speaking with a different hat on this time, it's an old hat, well worn from, 25 years of being involved with GE Free Taitokara, free of GMs in Northland and food and the environment. I'd really like to thank Far North District Council for its work to date in having the plan change 18 and in embedding the precautionary principle in the district plan. But there's still moves afoot. There's still people that want to bring GMs into the area, either by way of excuse of perhaps sterilising possums, perhaps bringing all the Kōrero back to life with Kōrero dieback, or perhaps looking after our methane emissions, just business as usual, but use new tools to help us keep on going forward the way we always are. So we really want the Whānau District Council to keep funding available through the long-term plan process. And it was taken out of the 2018-2028 LTP. It was kept in the Whangarei District Council LTP. Now, I'm not trying to compare anybody, but just to say we believe it should still be there in front of us. So there's funding available because it's not a done deal. There's new technologies, CRISPR, zinc finger, nuclease, and sorry? Okay, gene drive. Yeah. Tweaking and pulling little bits of genes to bits and not calling it modification, what it is. And so we want to have the funding available to be able to protect the district plan from being eroded. And that's pretty well all I have to say if there are any questions.
Thank you for that submission. Questions from the floor? Councillor Clendon.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. It's a bit like asking how long is a piece of string, but how much money do you think we need to protect this? So I'm assuming you want us to ensure if we need to go back against some incursion or some proposed new technology, that we need to have cash on hand to do that. But it's a bit of difficult sum to write.
Yeah, it is. But there was funding set aside in the past for that to defend it. So I suppose it's there in the bank to be used rather than ongoing funding. And I'm sorry, I don't know. You'd have to ask legal eagles. Should 50,000 be set aside so that it's there in the bank? Yeah, and it's there in the LTP. I think I see Zelka is in the background there. She may have a better idea, so ask her when she comes on for her submission. It's protecting our environment, but also our image. It's telling the story of Northland, of the far north being GM free, and telling that story so we're at an economic advantage with our exports.
Any other questions from the floor? No? No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very simple. Cheers.
Are you going to hang around for Zelka's submission?
Yes, I will. If she's on next.
She is indeed on next.
Yep.
And we'll just get the sound up.
I'll move aside so she can sit in this.
You're funny.
So you can unmute yourself.
Can you unmute yourself, please, Zelka?
Zelka, sound check. Can you hear us? We can't hear you.
You're muted.
We can't hear you. Can you unmute?
Have you got an unmute button, sorry? Unmute button there, Zeke?
Trying. We've got you now.
Kia ora.
Hello, Zelka. Welcome back. You're a regular submitter and appearer before hearings before the Whānau District Council. Familiar face. So
Thank you.
It's 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'll start the clock. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm actually in the South Island at the moment. I've been tramping. And I would like to speak to my personal submission. Can you hear me?
She can't hear us, though.
Yes, we can.
Yes. We're muted.
Are we?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Zelka to Whānau District Council, over.
Yes, we can hear you, but we're muted.
No, you're not muted. We can hear you fine, Councillor Stratford.
You don't mute us, McCall.
Yeah, okay, you keep going.
All right, well, I will just say a few words, but I've lost the audio as well. So as a primary producer and a member of Rural Women New Zealand, as well as staunch supporter of G. Free Tai Tokerau, I would like to thank the Whānau District Council today for all your hard work, your leadership in the context of the Northland Auckland Intercouncil Working Party on GMO Risk Evaluation and Management Options. In addition to all the other concerns about any outdoor use of GMOs, the risks to our biosecurity, our unique biodiversity, the wider environment, our food sovereignty, our economy, our Northland naturally valuable brand. You probably have really no idea how much it means to those people who are actually farming, whether agriculture, horticulture, forestry, how much it means to us to know that councils have taken action to protect our district, our region, and our livelihoods, our access to key markets, our access to premiums, and our organic status, our certification. So I would like to thank you again for that. And I would like to urge council to ensure that there is precautionary and prohibitive wording in the next long-term plan. This would reflect community wishes, aspirations, reflect council existing policy, and would also set budgetary requirements. And what we were thinking as the FNDC has worked collaboratively and constructively with all the other councils, it should certainly be adequate to set aside $20,000 as part of a collaborative, fiscally responsible approach so that FNDC could participate in the likely event that someone, a overseas multinational, a company, a New Zealand Crown Research Institute, apply to the EPA for an outdoor GMO experiment or field trial in the region. And this could possibly include, there's been a lot of hype and propaganda of late about gene-edited organisms, which initial claims were that they were a safe and precise technique. However, this is shown to be just the usual bull dust that we've heard for the last 25 years. And there are various independent reports and reputable information showing all kinds of unintended, unforeseen adverse impacts and effects in the organisms. So if FNDC were to create a discretionary fund of $20,000, that would just be set aside and not used unless this particular scenario came to pass. And I thank you again for all your hard work on this important issue and urge council to do everything in its power to continue to protect the district and the region from the adverse impacts of outdoor use of GMOs, and in particular to address climate change and not fall for the hype being put across at the moment by the biotech industry that we, for some strange reason, would need gene-edited grasses or trees. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zelka. I'm not sure if the sound's working yet. Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Excellent. Is there any questions from the floor for Zelka? Councillor Stratford?
Hi, Zelka. I'm not sure if you heard, but so in your submission, you're asking for the 20,000, and we had a number of other GE submissions asking for that 20,000 as a line item as well. And Māori also supported that by stating that it's been taken out of LTP previously. Can you confirm you've had this stated to you by staff, because it is an operational amount, it's not necessarily an item that we would see spelt out to us in the LTP. It would come out of operational budget.
So, can you just clarify your question?
Can you confirm staff have confirmed to you that it is not in the LTP?
Yes, I have had an email interchange with Tammy Worcester, who was one of your lovely planners, who was and has been the FNDC staff representative on the Northland-Auckland Intercouncil Working Party. Obviously, the councillors have changed over the years. And Tammy confirmed to me that she could not find in the draft LTP any wording to do with the GE-GMO issue or the precautionary or prohibitive GE-GMO policy. I have had a look myself and have not been able to find it. It certainly is there in the operative Whangarei District Council LTP 2018-28, and it's not 100% clear to me, but that's what your staff member has said.
Awesome. Thank you. That confirms it for me. Awesome.
Thank you, Councillor Stratford. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Grammer? No? Thank you very much, Ms. Grammer, from beaming in from the South Island. We hope the rest of your travels are enjoyable and we'll look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you so much. Kia ora.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much for that.
Drive safe.
Thanks, Mark.
Not too far to go. Cheers.
We've got Jamie here. Jamie, you're not due on for 20 minutes, but you're here.
Yeah.
Would you like to go now?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, come on up and take a seat.
I was banking on that 20 minutes to,
Catch your breath.
Don't give you time to get nervous here. Colleagues, this is Jamie Pavlicevic, thank you, from the Kiri Kiri Gymnastics Club. She's on your order paper as presenting at 2:50 p.m. Jamie, there's not very many people physically in the chamber, but I just give you assurance that there's a whole raft of people out there in cyberspace watching us via Teams, both staff and elected members, so you have a cast of thousands, and we are live streaming. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the clock for 10 minutes. You can use your whole 10 minutes, you can use less than that and have questions at the end, that's entirely up to you. And the floor is yours when you're ready to go.
Thank you, Councillor Court. So it's awesome to be here today to present on behalf of the Kiri Kiri Gymnastics Club. Sport and physical activity spaces and places are settings for people to experience equal opportunities. However, Sport New Zealand research shows that there are clear inequalities for women and girls when it comes to participation and their wider involvement and visibility within sport and active recreation. When I took on my role as club president for Kiri Kiri Gymnastics Club, I was unaware completely of the deep systemic issues I would discover and how they would drive my response to inequity. I pretty much share everywhere now. I suddenly found myself advocating for women and girls, and it's challenging. Navigating a space entrenched in masculine systems, structures, processes, and policies. Women and girls are not homogenous groups in this space, and we have different needs that must be met in order to best support and engage with us. This means seeking to understand and address the multiple barriers women and girls can face. And it's my job to be present in spaces to help communicate barriers and ensure our needs are met. Because of our 218 members and 21 leadership volunteers and operational staff, 178 members, 7 coaches, 7 committee, 3 senior coaches are all female. This must be fairly significant in terms of female participation across codes in Kiri Kiri. And I'm seeing regional sports trusts around the country taking great strides with their partners across different sectors, including local government, to collectively address barriers. This approach is encouraged by Sport New Zealand and makes sense for sustainable and affordable outcomes. This is why Kirikiri Gymnastics Club support a proposal by Sport Northland that provision be made in the LTP for dedicated staff to liaise with them, to be involved in the sport and active recreation sector. James Coleman of Northland Football, a long-time champion of for better outcomes for our club, spoke in detail yesterday in his hearing regarding why his football club supports that as well. So I won't press repeat, except to say that the real opportunities are being missed. Lack of representation, we feel, from FNDC could mean a local strategy that does not reflect local needs, and those include women and girls. We are concerned that there is no clear strategy for how FNDC will work with the community, sports codes and sector partners to achieve completion of the sports hub. The proposed capital works funding, what I saw on the website, stops next year. And then further funding applications allocated in 2029-2030. That's my understanding. It could be different. This means I'm aware that the project is on track to deliver by 2022 cricket, football and league. Councillor Stratford, to your question put to Anika yesterday regarding she's my colleague and a fellow trustee with our Kirikiri. And our expectation is that this is not fully funded by council. Commitment actually from the community is essential. We feel that if we're finding other funding resources, and if done thoughtfully, it's an opportunity to actually strengthen relationships between council, community and other sector forces. It also builds our local narrative, the community stories, their success, despair and everything in between is fundamental to improving outcomes for tamariki. Locally led initiatives benefit their well-being, radiating into the wider community, not just now, over the years and into this generation. So that's why it's really important for the community to work together with council to seek funding. Expecting council to fund the entire project is actually unrealistic anyway, with what funds we have. However, a reasonable expectation is that the first tranche of funding does not privilege male participation. And this is why I led and set the scene with female participation and the barriers that we face. You've heard our gender profile. What do you think the profile for football, cricket and league looks like? This is a male-dominated space, and we feel that if the first tranche of funding is allocated to these spaces, then that is privileging male participation over female participation. And doing this fuels system inequalities. It is the responsibility of everyone with influence to challenge and change this. I would say we don't have a culture of expecting too much. Our mindset is more collaborative. Our tamariki and rangatahi changing rooms are an example of this. Presently, we have makeshift screens that are flimsy and insufficient for obscuring the area, something our female members are very self-conscious about. We recently approached, with our community collaborative mindset, we approached the men's shed to see if they could help us. They're entrenched in the community, helping people like us, clubs like us. And they gave us the nod yes. So part of our deal is finding the materials. Our approach is more give us a hand up rather than a handout. Strong values drive our gymnastics experience. Ours are community connection, being family, whānau oriented, and club prosperity. The values on paper achieve nothing if they're not reflected in your culture. Our head coach for boys was with us for 14 years and he just left to pursue an opportunity in the city. His opening line in his farewell speech was, "This club has been like a second family to me." Our connection with the community is undeniably impressive. We currently operate 9 programs full-time, 5 days a week. Our after-school timetable is at capacity. We would like to take more. We don't have the space. We have a waiting list. We have 5 early childhood centres booked in for sessions each and every week. We are not a seasonal sport. We operate year-round. On our opening day, we had to create a class on the spot. This means our facility utilisation is actually pretty good, and there will be a social return on any investment in us. We have the largest and longest running competitive program north of Whangarei, yet when we host competitions, things like our changing room and toilet facilities are well below par. The impacts of COVID-19 have magnified our situation. Our previous building was sold in November 2020. This is one we rented, which meant our relocation occurred during the teeth of the pandemic. We have seen a sharp increase in our rent. Our premises are smaller, meaning we had to sacrifice our programs, removing trampoline altogether, which is a favourite with the boys in an area that we're wanting to grow.
1 minute left, Jamie.
Thank you. Sometimes what we learn and who we become in the process is even more important than what we're waiting for. We have been waiting for our own home for such a long time now, but we have learnt so much, and that is reflected in my presentation to you today. Thank you.
That was a truly moving presentation. Thank you very much for that. Questions?
She answered mine.
Councillor Collard, have you got your hand?
Yeah. What is the level of support that you need? I see you're looking for the rent, and you also mentioned the 6 other priority projects which has the benefit from the rate. What exactly is it that you're looking for?
Well, we would love for a member of FNDC to build really strong relationships with sector partners. That include Northland Regional Council. They manage the targeted rate they administer it. It's more managed by Sport Northland. Sport Northland have a priority list, which James Coleman talked to yesterday. There are 6 priority projects that are, that received funding, I believe, in 2019, after consultation in 2018, and we basically, Gymnastics Club at that time was 7th on that list. So you can imagine how kind of soul-crushing that was. So we're just like, well, where are we now in that space? And with the Bay of Islands Sport Hub in progress, that will also have an impact on that conversation with NRC and Sport Northland. We believe that also for the women and girls and participation, having a local regional strategy is super important, and there's not one currently available. So a person working on those types of outcomes would be awesome. So yeah, the sporting facilities targeted rate and just someone to build those relationships is really important for unlocking opportunities.
Thank you very much. We've gone well over time, Jamie. I'm going to have to call up. But our next presenter is not here, so if anybody wants to chase Jamie out of the room, knock his off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now?
Who's got
Sorry. We're trying to time to speak. I wouldn't give you.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Karen Gillespie is with us at 2:30 and Gregory May We're at 2:40.
Yeah.
Not here.
Come and have a look at it.
The next one on our list is not until 3:20.
Excuse me, Kelly, we're struggling to hear what's we haven't said yet.
Oh, we're on a break.
No. You step outside.
Sorry, I'll start again. Our submitter at 2:30 and our submitter at 2:40 are not here. Our next submitter is not scheduled until 3:20 p.m. Staff are going to ring the submitters that are presenting later in the day to see if they can get them to come in earlier. And in the meantime, I'm going to call an adjournment. Trust. Have I got that right?
Yes.
All right, welcome. Assistant Council deliberations hearing day 2. We have you sit down for my colleagues, page 126 of your paper pack, or submit an ID India Bravo 0100 320 PM. Just before we start that, I just need to let you know that we are live streaming these hearings, so you can come back and watch them on YouTube later if you want to see how you went. And we have a significant number of councillors and staff members who are watching us via Teams. So while they're not physically present in the room, they are observing us through the cameras and speakers in chambers. You have 10 minutes to make your submission. If you don't use that whole 10 minutes, we may use the spare time to ask if my colleagues have any questions of you. Do you have any questions before we start?
No, okay.
Okay, we're in your hands when you're ready.
Kia ora koutou. Me tūtai mihi kaua tau pena kahui i mātou I konei. Ka whatupu ki au I konei, I kaukohi e wai mua pena. Mō tahi ki au I te Tikari to Northern College, Rock College, John Husett would know where that is. Born and raised in Kaikohe, but went away to attend university and other salubrious places like that, and have returned over the last 2 years, retired as a professor in education. However, and now reside in Wyoming. I'm the chair of the Ngāwha Waiariki, or the Pārahirahi Ngāwha Waiariki Ahuwhenua Trust. I've been the chair there for nigh on 10 years, and during that particular time have witnessed and supported and led in part a repositioning of the trust to a wonderful celebration on Friday morning where we will be blessing the new building that has, I apologise to you, Sean, for the late Pānui, but we were meant to do it this morning, but the weather didn't look good last week, so we moved it to Friday as such. And talking with the Mayor this morning, he still couldn't go. I said, look, we've moved it from Wednesday to Friday, John. Why can't you come on Friday? But, however, he said others would be present, so all joking aside, the trust itself has a very, very long history, right back to the 1800s. The land that we care for has been subjected to tribunal claims, presentations, Report 307. It was the Ngāwha Springs Tribunal Report, and premised on that to more recent times, claims again with regard to the resource consenting. Top Energies wish for the first power station, and now the second one. We were, I think the best way to put it, able to avoid going to the environmental court by one meeting, and at the conclusion of that, the trust has, as I said from the outset, repositioned to where it is now. We had to, just bearing in mind, we had to change our status as a trust that was under the legislative confines of the Māori Reservation Act. The Māori Reservation Act actually inhibits trusts such as Pārahirahi Ngāwha Waiariki to actually trade. In the days past, Māori trusts and development schemes, this may be news to others, may be old news to others too, present here, anything over $100 required ministerial sign-off. And so over the years, it became more and more evident to our present stewardship of the trust a need to change out of reservation status. That took a number of years for us to be able to achieve that. And that's basically working through our shareholders and beneficiaries and consultation alongside the Treaty Tribunal claims back in I think it was 83, to the present, where we are. That is a brief history as to where we've managed to come to. And I think it was, and I think you were on council too, I think it was in 2015, we were in a position to approach the council to ask for the lease of an area that had already been set, which was 4 acres, that had been already decided under the Treaty Tribunal claims to be returned once the larger claim for Ngāpuhi Nuitoi had been settled. And we have a lease arrangement in conjunction with OTS, Office of Treaty Settlements, and Far North District Council to work through, and we will take over the ownership when the large claims have been completed. So that 4 acres is adjacent to the 1 acre that we, at this point in time, is the only Māori land that existed through historical events and that, from in excess of 5,000 acres. And that was subject to the claims from day one. So we are the caretakers of that 1 acre. There are 11 shareholders, original shareholders, and those 11 shareholders are such our trustee depicts and requires present shareholders or trustees to have a direct blood connection to each of those individuals. It's a most unusual trust as such, in that it is a requirement within the trustee that you have a blood connection. So as a representative of Te Hemara Tupe whānau, I am, as of right, through blood, directly to the original shareholder, one of the 11. At present, we have all 11 shareholders from the original whānau represented on the trust today. That may sound a little bit verbose or an introduction, but that's a lens, a snapshot from the past to the present where we are. As I said on Friday, we are reopening the Ngāwhā Streets. We were successful, and I want to acknowledge again the council as such for their support early on in gaining in excess of 4.3 million from various sources of grants to be able to complete the complex. That particular complex, the breakdown is 1.79 mil from the Provincial Growth Fund, 1.8 from Foundation North, and I think it was 710,000 from Lotteries Commission. We, of course, had funds within the trust to be able to contribute also to where we are now. It is my understanding that we've come in either on budget or just under budget as such. We used local contractor, Terry Henwood Construction in Lisa, and so the asset base now of the trust sits with us now with a complex such as that, valuation of 4 million. We only had the 1 acre. We couldn't loan off the 1 acre. We couldn't loan off the 4 acres, but we procured what was the old lodge at 283 Ngāwhā Springs Road. That's in excess of $500,000, and now we didn't pay $500,000, but the valuation is. That's general title, And we have also purchased from Top Energy 8 acres, which was the old gin resort, which is now available for joint venture partners such as Far North Holdings Limited, hopefully the council or whoever, for us to perhaps look into the future.
1 minute to go.
Okay, so the submission that we've got in particular, Anne, is with regard to all of the amalgam of those things in the need for a more substantial integration of collaboration with the council. One of the things that has emerged out of the discussions in the building of the complex we've got is the infrastructure that impacts from the Nafa Springs village on our particular lands. We've represented this a number of times and to no avail. So our particular asking in the submission here, it's added to us from a tikanga point of view, that this be seen through a proper process of a stronger relationship with the infrastructure that needs to be kept intact. It has never been addressed. Even back to 2015 when we signed that lease agreement, there was mutual understanding. It's never happened. So here's our submission.
It's a very good submission too. Thank you very much. We're at, well, over time now.
That's unusual. I'm usually giving 2 hours. For an academic, I think that's pretty good. But over and above, I just want to say, though, and it needs to be said, that the particular process that we're undergoing here and for the making of submissions is appreciated. Okay?
The council sincerely appreciates every submission we receive. We acknowledge that it takes an enormous amount of time and energy and effort for people to travel here for their 10 minutes, which goes very, very fast in sitting where you are. There's 800 submissions to read. I'm going to put my hand on my heart and say I haven't read them yet. I'm still working through them. But everybody who presents to us, I just, on behalf of my colleagues, our genuine and sincere thanks.
Does anyone have any questions?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
And next we have Oturia Marae. Andy. Dolly, are you not coming up? Can you grab another seat and come up?
In the interest of full disclosure for all the council members here, all the staff members and those who are viewing online, I am a council worker, but I am also the chair of Ulterior Marae. However, I am not speaking on behalf of the Marae. I leave it in the hands of our treasurer.
Thank you, Jolly. We just recognise that you're there in solidarity. Welcome along to the second day of 4 days of hearings on the Far North District Council's long-term plan. Please don't assume that all the people that are here before you is the sum total of your audience. There's an awful lot of staff and councillors who are watching remotely by the cameras and loudspeakers in the room, so your audience is far larger than what appears for you today. You have 10 minutes. We're in your hands. I'll start the clock when you're ready.
To all the council members here today, thank you on behalf of Ulterior Marae and also hapu Ririki of Ngāti Hopa Ngā Tera. So for starters, my name is Mike Butler, lived in Morowa for a long time. My water rates I can remember is 27 cents per cubic litre. 1999, $1.27 per cubic litre. 2021, $3.17 per cubic litre. Rates, 1992 was $552. 2006 to 2007 was $778.19. Today it's $1,600. So my submission as follows. So my rates, so let's look at the past. So we were once the KB Ward, Kaukau account, and then changed to the Bay of Islands Ward, now the Whangaroa Bay of Islands Ward. Realistically, over the years, what has Moro and Kaukau, what value for money do we get for our rates? Realistically, nothing. I mean, nothing for the past to date. So of our streets, don't even have a footpath in front of my property. However, our title shows that we own the front to the road, but Far North District Council, the Borough Council way back in the days have also dictated that we cannot do anything in front of our properties. Our rates from then to now has done nothing but exceed more rate increase. So tell me this, calculate our rates for our district, Moro and Kaukau, and we would have everything done. So I'd like to see Moro and Kaukau be separated from the Whangaroa Bay of Islands Ward, as we are the gateways to the heavens, which is the north. Help us to make Moro and Kaukau economically viable, and not for the expense, and not from the expenses of our rates. Our water rates. So I ask you the question: do you drink the water supply that's from your tap water? Excuse me if those whānau members are on tank water, either at work or at your dwelling, because I'll say this now, it tastes like crap. Either too much chlorine, you can smell it, or there's too much fluoride. So give us the means to have beautiful water for which we pay for so dearly and at an exorbitant cost. Water is worth more than petrol and a commodity to supply and demand to overseas stakeholders. The thing is, our water rates are for the examples, the pipelines, the pumps, the maintaining, etc., etc. Yet from the time of the first revenue to date, we should have had a brand new system in place to supply our beautiful water. What happened? Because now we have to build our water rates to build new systems today and replace your old asbestos pipeline, which is just about come to your life warranty. Flood allocation of funds, civil defence, previous floods and July floods, 30k to clean up the whole Northland area. So what about the health and safety aspect for cleaning up? Grey matter causing bacterial diseases for our children at schools and on the streets. You need to look at this urgently. Funds allocated for projects should stay for projects, and even if it means fixing up soap holes or pipelines in the area. So James Henry Street is one street that really floods. Not a portion of funds allocated, portions of funds should not be allocated to different projects, for which we are well known for. Provisions for Māori wards. However, since our ward is the Whangaroa Bay of Islands Ward, who am I as Māori to talk on our whanonga and whangaroa of concern? We speak for ourselves. So Ngāti Hine will speak for Ngāti Hine, Ngā Kōtuki, Ngā Te Ara, Hapu Ririki will speak for ourselves. A long-term plan. The partnership starts in 2024. Realistically, the dialogue should start now. Far North District Council is now looking at like a business. So what's with the Far North Holdings Limited? Land purchasing for gain? Scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Mr. Future Developer, I didn't pay rates to develop Far North Holdings Limited. Resource consent, forestry, water, environment. Your timeline expenses, research and aerial photography, aerial research, etc. Utilization of other entities to accumulate knowledge of relevance for the benefit and the gain of the applicants has put us as Māori in a predicament and disadvantage. It is from this that all resource consents are to go through all hapu and iwi. And Te Ao Māori, we mahitahi, and it is from this that we whakawhanaungatanga for the common cause. Talk with us, not against us. The old saying goes, plain and simple is good. Legislation also tells us that we have to be compliant in all aspects. What is wrong with being supportive in everything that you do, regardless of the predicament? For example, your septic tank is due to be cleaned, and the same as we have a septic tank cleaner, which you provide the information for. If you are struggling with this, you may be eligible for WINS grant. Not say you have X amount of days to be compliant, or an officer will visit and cost you X amount to be on your doorstep. So what does Te Ao Māori look like in the Far North District Council world? Where would Māori fit in this new system in the council? Because if we cannot understand and practice this, you will not understand at all. The reason I say this is because we have you have no acknowledgement of documents of history of any marae. We are under a reservation there, but we are being ruled as a business. Maraes are classed as businesses. We are not a business. Where in the documentation do you recognise maraes as a taonga for Māori, by Māori, te awhi ngā hau e whā, the four winds? Yet we have catered to your needs of understanding when you want it. We have catered to the discussions when you want it. We have ticked your boxes when you want it. But we have been very mindful in how you treat us. We struggled to keep our marae going. Not just us as a Tīre marae, but other maraes in the area via building one of fitnesses, LCC certificate compliances, health and safety acts. Our tongues have stood the test of time. They have seen and heard all. We still have our little 10 acres, the reservation, to call our marae, now until I pass on. When we say the environment, what would this look like from a Far North District Council perspective? Then let's look at it in a Māori holistic perspective. What does the Māori ward look like? I hope they are hapu or iwi based. With Far North District Council, will Far North District Council acknowledge the tiriti and whakaputunga, our existing documents? How will this sit with the top table? Even personnel? Even kōrero? Or is the boat going to be leaning to one side? I was hoping that there'd be a coat of arms in here, because maybe on the wall you'll see both would be standing side by side. Giving us the resources to achieve in all aspects of Far North District Council and entities and future developments. To you Far North District members, what does the word kawa tikanga mean, and what would this look like as a shared vision for our future proposal, long-term plan 2021 to 2020 to 2031, and our vision to 2100? Nō reira te whānau, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much for your submission. That was lovely. We have time for a question if there is any from the floor. No questions from the floor? Thank you very much for taking the time to travel over this afternoon and make your presentation in person. Genuinely appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just make
I just want to make a comment. I'd like to thank you for hosting us at the marae. It was stood out to me as being the best event of our roadshow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Excel, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm not going to make my little speech to you because you're a regular and I think you know the drill.
An old hand. I've got some handouts. Go. Thanks. If they got one of these, take one of those and then one of these. Pass it along. Okay.
They're only here.
Oh, it's all good.
Are you going to test us again?
No dog today.
All right, when you're ready and you start, I will push the clock. You have 10 minutes.
I too will push mine if that's okay, so I know speed up. Right. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to come and talk today. I know you all must be exhausted after 2 or 4 days, long days. And for that reason, I'm not going to mention rates today once, because that's a pretty detailed and heavy topic you've got. But also you'll see coming around there is a quiz that is anonymous. You don't have to show anybody anything. You don't have to tell me what your answers are. But as we go I would like to talk about 4 key recommendations from the watchdogs, and the quiz will provide you with the evidence and the facts which back up those particular recommendations. So those 4 points are in front of me, and as we go, I'm going to ask quiz questions on each one. Right, okay, so the first quiz question relates to please remember dogs. And our recommendation here is that dog companion animal owners and our well-being need to be considered in all policy development. This consideration should be reflected in all plans and policies and so on. So my first question there, so if you have a look at your quiz sheet here, for those at home, you could number this one 1, A, B, C, D, and there's subparts to C. The first question is, outside of animal control or management activities, how many times are companion animals or dogs mentioned in FNDC's long-term planning consultation document in terms of resident wellbeing? Please just mark your own sheet. On please remember dogs, there's B, approximately what percentage of Northland households have a dog or a cat as a pet? Point C, the LTP consultation document states that the well-being of our communities is uppermost in our minds. Studies of dog owners have shown that having a dog positively influences which human well-being indicators, and you can mark more than one here. Number 1 is loneliness. Number 2 is social connections. Number 3 is stress. Number 4 is anxiety. Number 5 is heart rate, arterial pressure and systolic blood pressure. Number 6 is all of the above. Next question, true or false? Most dog owners consider their dog to be a member of their family. Okay, so obviously we're trying to make the point there, I'll run through these answers, trying to make the point there that there are a lot of us around. There are no mentions of dogs in the LTP consultation document outside of animal control, and now that wellbeing is such a big part of councils or territorial authorities, it's really important that we start to consider this group as an enormous social group. Just as you would have programs for youth or for other large portions of the community, it's important to think of companion animal owners in that light. Around 45% of households up here own a dog. So it's 45% of households. So that means usually a couple of adults and kids. And dogs are more likely to be owned in houses where there are children and in Māori households. So that gives you an idea that we're skewed towards the half the population of these households are companion animal owners. In terms of the benefits of dogs, in terms of well-being, it's all of the above, obviously. So but dogs have an enormous impact on human well-being that needs to be taken into consideration in our view. True or false? True, most dog owners, 78% of dog owners think of their dogs as members of the family. So when you're talking about anything to do with dogs, 8 in 10 people are going to be thinking of them as their fur kids. 2 in 10 aren't. They're thinking of them as work tools or something like that if they're on farms or whatever. But it gives you an idea of how seriously we dog owners take those things. So please, in all the documents, so in reading the 80-year plan and all the various documents, there seems to be no mention of this user group, and we would very much like that to change, such that when policies are being developed or processes, that this group is considered. What are whether it's the dog owners or the cat owners, the companion animal owners, what is the impact on them of what we're doing? And that could be in any regard, in any policy. So number 2 is don't ban our pooches. And there's 3 questions here. The first one being, over half of those who don't already have companion animals say they'd like to get one. Of those, what percentage say that the barrier is that their landlord or their property does not allow animals? Ballpark guess. Next question, how many homes or properties in FNDC's area of coverage now have some kind of restriction on cat or dog ownership, including outright bans, as a result of council rules? Again, a ballpark. True or false? FNDC meets and consults regularly with dog owner and companion animal organisations in the district. The answer to the first question here is that 37% of people who don't have a pet and who want one say that it's their home or their lifestyle that stops them from having a dog, and 33% say that it's their landlord or their property. So there's a big user group there, dog group, who are wanting to buy property and rent property and struggling in our district. That's happening across New Zealand. It's really important in our district when you're talking about Kiwi present areas in particular. In terms of the number of properties that FNDC where those bans occur, the answer is we don't know. The last we came and spoke with council, we were told that the system doesn't provide that information and that FNDC was hoping that it would. We really want that information. We want to make sure it's logical. And as dog owner groups, we want to be a part of that decision making. When you have a property and you're deciding whether to ban dogs or fence or do this or a whole host of measures to keep Kiwi safe, it's important to talk not just with DOC and Kiwi organisations, but also with the dog organisations, because we can think of ideas that will help. To my knowledge, there is no regular meetings, no regular meeting between the council and the watchdogs, and to my knowledge, there's no regular meeting with any other dog-specific groups at FNDC at the moment. So there's a bit of a way to go there. I should say about these first two, there is no cost to changing, no direct cost in the LTP to doing these. They are nil cost. Number 3 is to support BOI animal rescue, and that recommendation is please provide substantial support for the volunteers at BOI Animal Rescue who've reduced the FNDC euthanasia rate dramatically over the last 3 years. Okay, the first question is true or false? True or false? Under the Dog Control Act 99, councils can have a role in relation to promoting the welfare of dogs in their district and funding organisations which do this. True or false?
You don't want to speed it up, Leonie.
Yep. The next one, over the last 3 years, FNDC's euthanasia rate, fantastically, has dropped from 72% of the dogs impounded to 24%. It's fantastic. Of that 48% change, how much has been due to dogs being transferred to BOI Animal Rescue for rehoming? Going backwards on my answers, the answer there is that 30% of that 48% is due to the dogs going to BOI Animal Rescue, and 18% is due to more dogs being returned and for council directly rehoming. And it is true under Section 6 of the Dog Control Act that councils can have a role in terms of animal welfare and funding third-party organisations who are doing effectively part of their jobs.
1 minute to go.
Last one is provision of basic exercise and training areas, also in the Dog Control Act. And this is asking you to allocate funding per ward for dog exercise areas to be established over the next 5 years. The first question here is, when we ask BOI watchdog members what they would like to see change at FNDC in relation to dogs, what's the most common request that we get at a guess? And the second is, how much funding is already allocated in the LTP for fenced or unfenced dog areas? And the answer to that is, we most often get asked about more exercise areas where people can safely walk dogs on lead or off lead. That's what people really, really want that. The second is, there is money for Keri for a dog park, 34,000 in 1 year and 38,110 in the next year. No idea how those figures came. Keri does need a dog exercise area that's fenced where they can run, but many other areas do too, Moriwa, Kawa, and so on. Please continue.
Awesome, Leonie, as always. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
I got it.
How'd you go?
Got 2 wrong.
Oh, that's pretty good. Seen a weight.
Well done, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Neville Walker. Please come up to the table. Oh, he's screwing up the poster.
It's done now. Now it's in your hands. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Walker. Welcome to the Farnworth District Council's day 2 of submissions on our long-term plan. It's likely to be a year. We genuinely appreciate the time you've taken to come over today to talk to us. We have a number of people that are watching remotely through the cameras and microphones in the room, a number of elected members and staff who can't be physically present in the chamber, and we are live streaming, so you're aware. You have 10 minutes, we're in your hands. I'll start the clock when you're ready to go.
Well, just like to explain that this is my first time in the hearing, so I'm totally out of my depth here, or I'm learning anyway. I don't know. I understand you've read I don't know, do I have to read it out or?
No, you can take your submission as read. This is your 10 minutes to say whatever you like.
Okay, yeah. I just probably need to clarify a few things. Maybe it makes it easier telling you where we're at, is that we've been involved. We have a small acreage in the middle of horticultural area, the near Kerry, and we've been it's a neglected orchard, and mandarins don't bring them a lot. We've planted a dozen or so avocado trees, and there are other fruit trees, but so really the orchard doesn't bring in anything for us. So just to give you a picture of where I'm coming from, and I think there's probably other people in the same boat. And our main source of income has been, up until COVID hit, and just before, when it started going downhill with the tourism. And we made wooden products which really basically sold to international tourists, 90% of them. So we lost that. In the process of time, we looked into other ways of earning money, and that is we've taken on growing gourmet mushrooms and in the shed that we've got there. And so when I say here about the ongoing fallout from the pandemic, especially for those who've worked in tourist-related industries, those who operate businesses that rely on international tourists. So that's really from our point of view, and I think that there are probably a lot more than we know of home-based businesses that have relied on the tourist industry and are struggling. And so, anything that interferes with our, anything that raises our rates out of, too much, we're finding that other costs are going up all the time, and I don't know how the future looks with that, but I did actually copy off a paper that turned up yesterday. It's the farming thing, and it just sort of really, I thought maybe I'm being a bit pedantic. It's the Fed's news, and it's just the heading is eye-watering rates hikes proposed in council long-term plans. and there's a graph there of I have and then highlighted some of the the things that I've so if you're interested in it, you probably all know about it or seen or heard about that article. It just came in the paper yesterday, and it really reaffirmed what I was thinking, and that is that I'll just read out one section of it anyway. Councils rightly cut their cloth last year in response to COVID-19 and slashed their rates increases, but this year they mostly don't seem to realise that the real economy is struggling. New Zealand is likely back in recession, and most businesses and many of their ratepayers continue to do it tough. Councils should be focusing relentlessly on the basics and look to keep their rates increases down. And another says about keeping council expenditure under control. This is not a time for dreams and schemes. And then it just it does go on to also, like in other places, it sort of mentions that that these increases, as you can see, the authority rates and payments line has just gone up, whereas the consumer price index, all groups, is relatively not flat but just slightly increasing, and also local government cost index is about on the par with consumer price index. So it's just as I said, I appreciate that, you know, council wants to do things, and like I'm thinking about this, the sports fields, things that we see being done around, you know, is it a good time to be kicking off with, you know, certainly as a whole anyway, maybe stage it, or that's my feelings, you know, there's just little things that we observe as we get around, and we just wonder, well, why are they doing that, you know? And I know everybody will tell you how to do your job and how it should be done, but sometimes things do seem a bit puzzling. So yeah, our concerns really are the rates and how the increase will. We do have this other business too that we're sort of thinking might bring a change to things, and that is this change to horticultural, the zoning that we're in. And while I sort of understand where it's coming from because of the irrigation side of things and the type of soil, we also sort of feel there's a lot of people like us interspersed in just, you know, we're 2.9 hectares roughly, and not truly horticultural. And so, yeah, you know, when that happens, will that bring another change in rates? One thing I did, I know you had a table in your on the long-term plan information that you get on the website, a table of the increases. I tried to actually print it off, you know, just a sample, and I couldn't because it wasn't in dark enough print, and it just disappeared. It didn't print. So that really gave a bit of an idea of how things would go up, and yeah, there's going to be a lot of people. That's probably one thing that I haven't mentioned is that I've talked to a few people, and a lot of people don't know this is happening. Now, If it wasn't somebody telling me about the possibility that we'll hit our rates, and then I looked into it, I don't think a lot of people realise, if they do know that there's changes coming, I don't know whether they realise how much the increases will hit a lot of ratepayers.
We've got 1 minute to go.
Yeah. Oh, 1 minute, yeah. And so my feelings are that it should be, there should be posted out this information with the tables, because if people can see what's going to happen to their rates, there might be a lot more, there might be more people who are really would oppose the idea. I think the only people who is undeveloped land altogether, and I know that there's 11% of people who don't pay their rates and are never collected. A proportion of that's never collected, and so they probably be the ones that benefit most, and maybe some motels and things. And commercial businesses, and some that haven't been affected by COVID, and yet we're going to have to take up the slack. So, that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. That was a very good submission. You did really well for your first time.
Oh, okay.
It will not surprise you to hear that we've had a number of submissions along similar lines to yours, so you're not alone. And my colleagues and I have 4 days of submissions. This is the end of day 2. We've got 2 more days to go. I'm sure we'll do a lot more, and we'll be taking all of the views that we've heard on board when we go into deliberation.
Okay, Oh, well, thank you.
On behalf of my colleagues for driving all this way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate that you've listened to me, and and I hope the right thing happens. And well, we're faced with selling up and getting out if it gets too steep. So we do hope the right thing for us happens, but. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Colleagues, we had Andrew Riddell coming to us via Teams up on the loud overhead projector. Andrew, can you check that you're off mute, and we'll do a sound check, please.
I'm off mute.
Off mute. We can hear you.
Good.
Councillor Hyde is departing. Drive safe. We'll see you tomorrow. Andrew, I'm not sure if you heard me when I was speaking to the last gentleman. While there's not very many physical humans in chambers, there are a number who are watching us remotely via Teams. So your audience is a little larger than what you can see on your screen. You're a candidate, so you know the drill. I don't need to go through it. 10 minutes. The floor is yours. I'll start the clock when you're ready.
Okay, so good. Just a minute, I'm getting an echo back, which is a bit disconcerting. Coming from your end, I suppose. Anyway, my submission is a mere 6 pages long and lots of short paragraphs. It concentrates on 4 main issues, which is climate change, capital value rating, water and wastewater infrastructure, and Far North Holdings. And I'll summarise my points on those as I go through. The submission also makes a case for not using GDP growth as an economic welfare measure, says no to Northland Inc., and makes a number of other specific relatively minor comments on the last page. So just to go to climate change first, that is the issue for us all. And there needs to be much better public input and opportunities, and I suggest that the roadmap the council has already adopted urgently needs to actually go out and be to us, the public, for our opinion in terms of the using the special consultative procedures. The other main point I make in the submission in relation to climate changes is about cycleways and getting mode shift to cycling and pedestrian over vehicle use, and the implications of the electric bicycle. And I think the emphasis shouldn't be on spending money on tourist cycleways if we are serious about reducing carbon emissions. It has to be on local, safe, separated cycleways within our local community. So a network across Kerikeri, a network between Okiato and Tāpeka, for example, because some of the significant carbon emissions from vehicle use are local trips, which could be replaced quite quickly by electric bikes. On capital value rating, I'm probably mildly more in favour of unimproved land value rating. But I just want to point out some issues with capital value rating as it is proposed by the council. I say yes to ending uniform annual charge, whether we're using whichever rating, whether we use unimproved land value or the other, capital. And yes to recognising fairness and recognising the low wealth and income levels within the far north. But capital value rating itself raises issues that would encourage land banking over developing land, and it penalises the upgrading of old houses to make them warm and dry, because that increases the capital value and increases the level of rates. And also I'd add that what is proposed is not a progressive tax. At paragraph 26, I say, a proper progressive system would increase the level of rate to be paid per dollar of property value for more expensive properties. For example, with such this is an example, not a hard and fast thing, with such a true progressive system, a property worth $250,000 might be expected to pay 0.01% of that value as rates, whereas a property worth $2.5 million might be expected to pay 0.15%. That is actually a progressive tax system. What you're proposing is not. At the top of page 4, I make two suggestions for, if you proceed with the capital value, to address some of those issues. The first one is that when the cost of a affordable warm dry house should be subtracted from the capital value of the property, so that it doesn't penalise people who change from an old drafty mouldy house to a warm dry house. And the second one is just about having actually a progressive system. When we go on to rate differentials between the different activities, I'm strongly in favour of using the district plan zonings as the basis for setting differentials, and that will be no surprise because in the consultative document on page 16, you've quoted me from an earlier submission on it anyway. On the Three Waters, you've got a big decision coming up this year on whether to join this government's mega company that's going to provide wastewater. So at paragraph 38 on page 4 and going over to page 5, I've made a number of suggestions about some considerations that you need to be thinking about when you make that decision. So the local control one's fairly straightforward. Partnership, dealing with drought. Dealing with drought is not business as usual with more irrigation. Dealing with drought, and we're going to get more longer and deeper droughts, is actually changing our systems to a more drought resilient system and then thinking about irrigation after that. Small scale solutions, not mega big schemes. Biodiversity protection has to be built into the scheme. My experience with the pie here scheme is that biodiversity considerations are not a consideration of the Ministry of Health when it comes to subsidies. Cost recovery, not profit making. The importance that this company has in-house expertise, because if it doesn't have in-house expertise, it is unable to actually know when the consultants are ripping them off. And aligning infrastructure planning and district planning, not doing the reverse, which is what the district plan is setting out to do by saying we will intensify development so we can pay for infrastructure. Far North Holdings. There's a lot of issues with Far North Holdings, but I think the most important one is that Far North Holdings should come back to being a community-oriented organisation that covers costs and doesn't profit maximise as it does at the moment, and doesn't speculate in property and things like that. So paragraph 42, I suggest some changes to Far North Holdings' objective. The rest you can read.
Thank you, Mr. Riddell. As always, fully engaged across the full spectrum of the LTP. We have time for questions from the floor if there are any. Councillor Clendon.
Yeah, good, Andrew. Dave here. Your paragraph 26 is interesting. It talks about what you call a proper progressive system. We've heard a lot of comments over the last couple of days that the value of a property does not equate to the wealth of a household. So you get the classic asset rich but cash poor. We heard from one submitter, I think they said they paid $25,000 for a coastal section in the 1970s, and you can bet that property's now well under 7 figures. So how do you balance out that disconnect between the assumed value of a property and the income of a household to make it truly progressive?
I think that it's less of an issue with capital value versus unimproved land value, because if you're a case like you're talking about and say it's just a small batch on the property and they can't afford to build a bigger one, and it's unimproved land value, that becomes a big issue. With capital value, progressive system, the person who can buy a piece of property for several $1 million and then put several $1 million worth of houses on it, versus the person who, I don't know, who pays $30,000 for a house and property, and then it just increases in value, but the income of that property owner doesn't increase commensurate with the increase in the value. But is more of an issue with the unimproved land value than the capital. The normal solution to it is just deferred rates. I don't know that there's really a lot more that you can do than that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riddell. We're coming to the end of your 10 minutes. We will read the rest of your submission. Thank you very much for your time. And I look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I understand we have another gentleman outside.
Yeah, we do. It's Simon from Kerikeri Cricket, and he's waiting for Chris Galbraith.
We can wait. It's not due till 4:30.
No, Simon knew that we were pulling forward, so he's just trying to get here as fast as possible.
There's another one we just heard.
Chris has just arrived. He's just the building.
Straight in the hot seat.
And this other lady that's come from Higher Vision's been here.
that a submission?
Sorry?
Has he got what number is he?
The gentleman that are just about to present are
on the other side.
659. Turn your page over.
659.
Oh, it's Simon, you're talking about Simon Hart. Page
Yeah, Simon Hart.
I thought you said Chris.
He's waiting for Chris Gilbert.
Yeah, Chris is on the Kirikiri Cricket Club as well.
So he's got a bit of
Yeah. Duo.
And our last one, she's on her way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I have it? I've actually put it all in the folder. I don't want to get it like it is. Can I have a look? We'd like to know who's. Sorry. Simon, Chris are just collaborating first.
Proceed here, gentlemen.
We have such a mix
Welcome, gentlemen, to day 2 of our long-term plan commission hearings. Just before you start, while there might be a very small team in the room, there is a significant team zooming in and watching us via the cameras and microphones over here. And we are live streaming, so your audience is a cast of thousands. You have 10 minutes to present your submission. Take it as read. This is your opportunity to expand on that. And when you're ready, I'll start the timer.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for having us. So I won't go through this if you've already read it, but basically we have been pushing for a while now to have a home ground for cricket, and specifically in Kirikiri, but to encompass those from outside of Kirikiri within the bay that want to play, because we play in the Northern competition as there's no Bay of Islands competition anymore. Up until now we've been playing at the high school, but as they expand we really need to have our own home ground, and so with the announcement of the sports hub, we've really been pushing our we've really been pushing to be part of that, and we've been part of the process the whole time, and so we've found a little bit perplexing as to plans seem to be chopping and changing a little bit, and we want to make sure that we are part of those plans moving forward. Okay. The latest plans seem to focus primarily on football, and we're a sport that can work in very well with any other codes there, with the gaps in the fields and things like that. And so we want to make sure that we're not lost in the plans that appear to be for football and football only at the moment. Add to that, Chris.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, just from a wider perspective on the sport, cricket's evolving. It's evolved in a lot of ways in respect of where it's played and how it's played and over what time it's played and who's playing. And like a lot of sports throughout the country at the national level, a lot of them are struggling for numbers. And it's really important that we have kids and people in our communities playing sport and being active. So we've got to do everything we can. So I applaud Council's vision and purchasing land for the sports hub and for its commitment to getting football serviced on that development.
We do really want to see on the basis that we are casting the net wider and focusing on those other sports. And there's 9 that are involved in the hub generally. So we want to make sure that there is some focus and some equity and effort, at least in regards to those other sports. So we need to see that exhibited on those planning documents. If you go back to the original needs analysis for the sports, they were quite comprehensive, and what those sports viewed is what they needed to grow and develop their sports. Whereas we get to the plan from 3 weeks ago, and you can see it's substantially culled down. And in fact, cricket's not shown on here.
Would it be possible for us to have a look at that, please?
Yep.
So, just let them finish, Councillor.
So if I could just reference this plan, these are the levels of activities that are taking place in what stages. Of course, stage 1 is the delivery with the PGF funding of the access roads and the ground surfaces. Yes, there is one circle that references cricket, and that's a grass block, but it's not scheduled to be part of the development. In stage 2, there's some references for some cricket, but I think some cricket's not there at all in terms of the schedule efforts to provide for it. And in addition was the 3 concrete wickets. That's a grass pitch wicket, 3 concrete wickets, or at least 2 other concrete wickets to play the junior game on. Grass wickets aren't good for junior players to play on. They're too variable and bounce. You get to be scared about it.
Keep this copy?
Yeah, sure.
We'll give it a copy and get back to you.
So if I can just make that point that it's quite important that we've got that flowing through. And I think the point that I'd make on that is it's not that cricket wants a handout or any special treatment. We can play on the surfaces that are being provided in the base amount of work that's been done for the sports field. We do need some additional gaps between fields 4 and 5 to place those concrete wickets. It's easy done in the design, and that's what was worked into the original work. But the point is that where we go off and try and find some funding as a sport, we can't even raise the opportunity for that funding without having a concept plan that shows us having some space allocated in the development. So we want to go to our funders, certainly Northland Cricket wants to go to the Northland Districts and to New Zealand Cricket to say, hey, we've worked with our local authority to provide for a future of our sport. We need some funding for the concrete wickets. And here's our plan. And this is, if you support us, we've got some guaranteed space. And based on that document, we don't. So we're don't have the ability to support everyone's aspirations to include both the sports.
Councillor Stratford has a question.
And you've kind of answered it, Chris. Just so there's plenty of space at the site with some projects chomping at the bit to get parts of it. But can you envisage, with the amount of sporting clubs that are needing a home at that Waipapa site, are we going to use it all, sport? Can you estimate?
If I could, I suppose, go back to that original needs assessment that the forgotten the name, Creative Space or Space,
GHD.
Who did that work and looked at and they did a great job of assimilating all the needs. We were party to that, and that was accommodated in that design. So that was the ultimate, if you like. And we were all asked to forecast our needs into the future. And we said at the time, a minimum of 3 cricket wickets would help our sport. And based on that, when you've got hockey and everybody else in there, it looks pretty comprehensive. So it looks like it can. And the 14 hectares allocated 48, looks like it could well be accommodated the needs of the sports.
Big question. You kind of did answer. council wouldn't be expected to pay for the cost of building your, developing your fields and doing the cricket wickets. You guys would seek external funding if you had some MOU saying where you're going to go.
Exactly, but I made the point about equity in terms of the investment council's made for primarily football at this stage. There are a number of other sports that would rightfully look to seek some parity, not parity in terms of the quantums, but support of or some investment.
Can I just dispel an urban legend before I pass it over to Councillor Clinton? At no stage has this council funded 5 football fields for football. There has been an unfortunate lost in translation happening. Council is at this point using only provincial growth fund to develop 5 generic fields. And so I just want to clear that urban legend because it has become bigger than Ben Hur in the community. Councillor Clinton has a question.
One is just wondering how many active players do you have? And perhaps if you have a crystal ball, what's your latent player number if you have access to better facilities of my view?
Yep, okay, well, I can't answer that. We resurrected the club about 6 years ago for a men's team, and about 3 years ago we brought in all the junior players. So we have all the primary school up to year 7 and 8. A bit of a gap at the moment from year 9 to 11 that play for the high school, but we're working towards them coming under our umbrella. So to answer your question at the moment, we've got about 100 players, and we've got 2 wickets at the high school that we use.
If I could just add to that from Northland Cricket's perspective, we've just done a major restructuring of the sport at a regional level, and have got a lot of investment into the way we deliver the sport locally at club levels and at schools. So a focus on collegiate cricket, also into areas of women's cricket, because that's a very big growth area for the game nationally, and we want to encourage that. And also Māori cricket. We're really keen to start focusing. We think there's great opportunities there, being the birthplace of cricket for this country, Paihia, and Waimairi North. So we're quite keen to evolve that into marae-based cricket. Quite a lot of the marae have got really good grounds surrounding them that can play cricket, and it doesn't need to be just cricket as we know it with 2 wickets, and it can be the hit and roll type cricket, it can be beach cricket, it can be all sorts of different forms of it. So we've got a lot of investment into those programs. We're employing staff, regional activators, development staff to actually start growing that player base.
Just the other one quickly, it's a bit of a generic question maybe, but it seems to me there's much, it used to be you get codes sharing grounds, seasonally, but it seems now that particularly winter sports seem to stop. It seems rugby and league seem to roll on even through summer. Am I misreading that or misperceiving that? Because I'm sure, back in Takapuna, the hockey club at the end of the winter season handed the keys to the club and to the cricket club. But when they changed over again. That seems now that there's much less of that sharing of grounds. Am I wrong with that?
It's a bit of an overlap, and that's reflected in what you see on TV now. Rugby season starts in late January now, Yeah, so there is an overlap there, and you just got to work together. We were a long way down the track with talks with the league club as to trying to go onto the domain, and we had plans that would work for both. But the seasons do get longer, but there's nothing you can't work out. Even Northern Cricket were prepared to make our first few rounds away games if the winter code is still playing on the same field. And the same for their code. It's at the end of their season, the last few games away, so we could.
I'm going to have to call time because we've gone over our 10 minutes. I need to be fair with everybody. Right. And this is yet, so the chairperson of the big party, I'm just going to put outside with this gentleman while we wait for our final submitter to put in an appearance. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
go. She's even had some breathing exercises to
I have.
centralise ourselves.
Just sit and settle yourself.
Hello. Good to see you.
Oh, yes. Have you got it on a stick?
I can put it on a stick.
Or no? How do you have it? Is it on paper? Oh, yeah.
Email it through.
Email it through, yes. Who wants it?
A presentation? I do.
Hello, Angela. We genuinely appreciate you putting the herbs on to get here. And I hope you didn't break any land speed records and doing so.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and speaking to you all as well.
So the deal is you have 10 minutes. It's entirely your 10 minutes to say whatever it is that you would like. We are live streaming. There are cameras and chambers, so we are live streaming.
That's not a problem. I'm a Toastmaster, so I'm used to speaking.
And there are a significant number of elected members and staff who are not present in the room, but they are watching.
That's okay. I'll say hello to them. We've got used to being on Zoom and video calls.
So when you're ready, you can just kick off and I'll start the timer.
We're just going to get a presentation up on the screen.
No worries.
There's a couple of minutes.
Just do it to PowerPoint because yours won't be an Apple computer, is it?
Please.
Yes. So I'm just converting it.
Thank you.
This is for. Oh, I've got one of those too. But if that one's connected, I'll use your one. Yeah. Why aren't you showing on? Sorry, minor technical difficulties, that always happens.
Oh, that's right. We have some staff here that may be able to help you.
Try that.
We're just experiencing minor technical difficulties.
And I've got a PDF as well, so you can keep that copy of the PDF as well. Okay. No one's.
Was it something? Just plug it in. It should be good.
Save on it? Yep. Oh, wow. I'm surprised it's room. It's the same.
No, we will be.
Oh my goodness, it's Homer Simpson.
And it's under.
Right. Yes.
Yay.
Yay. I have my stopwatch, so hopefully I'll keep on time.
Have I push it to start?
You may start. My vision of the long-term plan is that we're in a unique position in time where everything's changing. The Resource Management Act is disappearing. We've got all sorts of new things happening in the wings that us in the public don't know yet, but there are major changes afoot. My view of humanity is Homer. So on one arm, we've got the world on our shoulders. On the other arm, we want to consume that donut. And the way that we've been going hasn't been quite detrimental to our planet. So we've got this balance of protection against consumption and growth and finding that natural balance. Now, I came across a Donut Economics by Kate Raworth, which I think I spoke to Kelly about. And I think this is a very good way to start looking at the future to make sure the changes what we're putting in place are actually going to achieve the outcomes where we have a better balance and a better life balance and a better balance with our environment. And I'm very strong on building sustainability. So I have actually been interviewed by the council for a sustainability procurement policy job, but unfortunately I didn't have the relevant experience in procurement. So that's how I know that the challenges of the council, the 5 main ones. So that's where I got that little bit of information for. And I've been living up in far north now for 5 years. I've built my own house. I'm completely self-sufficient on my own lifestyle block. And I'm living in rural. So I'm living the dream life that everybody comes up here for. And I'm 10 minutes from Whangaroa Harbour. And just to make you all sick, I caught 3 lovely kauai at the weekend. So when we look at the donut economics, what I know from my experience as being a community coordinator and working on projects both with council and to improve Kaio. So I'm the person who's behind the new playground development in Kaio and a few of those other great things that we did with notice boards. And there's a few ideas which we're now on the board with Whangaroa Community Trust. So this is where some of my networks are within the community. And so we have housing problems. We have a high demand of people wanting to buy, but there's no land available or no small blocks of land. We've got lots of people living in unconsented buildings, in caravans, where they're trying to build and do something. And I know that process because I've been through it myself, and I've still got the main dwelling to go. So from what I can see, just in my area, because obviously I'm talking about the Kaio Whangaroa area, we have got some biodiversity loss. We've lost scallops, the harbours in trouble. We haven't got a lot of land conversion because it's all rural production, so very limited in subdivision. So you've got lots of temporary caravans and huts where people, multiple people are buying land and then working out afterwards that they can't get the consents to build or they have the change of direction. So they're stuck living in caravans and, alternative living in small, tiny, movable houses because that's their option. Freshwater withdrawals. I'm aware that some kiwi fruits farms have been, there's lots of kiwi fruits going up. I can't imagine how many I've passed driving that have gone up in the last year, not to mention the avocados. And that's going to be a huge drain on our freshwater supplies. And even in Kaio, our rivers are polluted. And in Kaio, we did have a wastewater system that was sold, and it's now private, but the township has not had drinkable water for over 10 years. and can't be drinkable. We cannot put a drinking fountain in the playground that we developed because the water's not drinkable. And there's no solution within the current system. There is a solution, and that's for somebody to put down a bore, but as soon as more properties link into that bore, it's now commercial. So now everybody's come off the water system and put in all their own water tanks. So, you know, we need some flexibility in when we're looking at some of the long-term plans. We've got no idea how well our oceans, our rivers are doing with runoffs. Air pollution, kiwi fruits and all those sprays is going to have, and chemical pollution. So there's a lot in our area that we're missing out on the donuts, because all of these are on the donuts. In Kaya, we've got a large proportion of people. We've got the haves and the have-nots, and you know, a group of us in the middle that have all moved in and bought the lifestyle blocks and trying to build an alternative life for ourselves. So we're all self-sufficient for water, but a lot of people aren't. There's not enough jobs. There's not enough transport to get them to jobs. You know, the wages are low. At the moment, I've been up here 5 years and I've struggled to find good paid employment in 5 years. So before I came here, I've got a casual care worker's job, so I'm working with the elderly. And there's a lot of elderly on big blocks of land living on next to nothing. And they can't maintain their land, and it's just, and they don't want to leave it. They want to, you know, obviously, you know, it's their home. It's been their home for 30 years. So there's a lot of social inequality that's going on in our area too. And a lot of people don't feel as if they've got a voice, that they're not being listened to. So having that, and that's why I made sure I was here giving a voice to those who don't feel apt to give a voice. So I've covered so we've got increased home income, working income and health and wellness are some of our biggest areas. And if you've ever seen the donor economics, we actually don't know this data. And I'd like to see, as part of planning with the long-term plan, that we start collating and getting this data. So any changes that we do make, we're actually going to, it's actually going to achieve some of these issues. We need, and I think I'm quoting Kelly Stratford here, we need to free up land. And when it comes to the rates, the burden comes on the landowners, and not all the landowners are wealthy. I've got a lot of elderly who aren't wealthy, they're just living on their pension. And there's lots of blocks of land which is just not being used. And there's people like myself who, we came up here with a little bit of a nest egg, but the nest egg has gone into development, and I'm only just scraping by on a minimum wage. So any increases in rates is quite stressful until I can find good employment or start my own business, but that's all a bit up in the air with COVID. And actually most of the employment to actually be able to afford the rates is all, you know, short term, it's casual, it's minimum wage. So having any impact even on us middle owners as landowners, if our rates go up because it's deemed that because we're landowners that we can afford higher rates, that's not always the case. You know, there's a large proportion of us who are just getting by the skin of our teeth. And of course, there's lots of empty houses, and believe me, I go into a lot of houses, and there's a lot of them that do not meet the rental standards. So even if somebody wanted to rent a property to help with the homelessness, then there's a lot of new standards, and that's a lot of extra costs that we've also got to find. And of course, more rates and everything else. So for more fair and simple rates, coming from the UK, we used to have a poll tax. They went away from property rating to a people's tax. Now, yes, back in Thatcher's days, there was a bit of and ahhing because there were kids that got the bill and students got the bill who couldn't afford the bill. But pretty much everybody in the community used the roads, used the council facilities.
We've got 1 minute.
And, pardon? Got a minute left. Damn. So, I'd like to see, you know, some of those fixed general rates, because I'd like to see some of the rates go towards road end, because my car just needs new shocks. Since I've moved up north, I've had 2 sets of shocks and 4 windscreens. And I've never had to do that sort of repair anywhere I've lived in the world or in New Zealand. I think that moving all the costs for septic and sewerage to a general tax, I don't agree with that, because we've paid thousands to actually install all our own water, sewage and everything else. And if you can afford to go into one of the wealthy areas on these areas, then that's a cost when you purchase. So it's just part of that risk management when you buy. But more all on the long-term plan, to help with our housing, which is our biggest thing, I'd like to see a rural lifestyle zone rather than just rural production. And it doesn't, because at the moment, most of it is just rural production. But I'm on 12 acres, that's not productive. A lot of my neighbours are on similar sized blocks, it's not productive. Sometimes you get 2 couples buying a block, they fall out, but they can't subdivide. And then they fall into, because they can't subdivide, they fall into the catches of not being of that major house and that minor dwelling. So that comes up with the lifestyle zone of having 2 or 3 dwellings, depending on the size.
Any more slides, because you've at time?
Yep, just not many. So having a subdivision review, because that's so costly to actually do, and it's quite prohibitive, because some of these blocks in our area aren't that expensive, so it's actually prevents. And since the development contribution policy came, the number of subdivisions have plummeted. So what I'd like to see, and what I'd like to be built into the long-term plan, is some sort of builders pre-inspection. Something I did when I came up and bought the land, I put a month, took a month to actually do my due diligence, which meant coming to council with my plan and saying, can I put a main house here, a little house here, and a septic system? But not everybody has that foresight. And then to have that ticked off, yes, 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 I can. So most of that I've ticked off apart from the main dwelling, because other issues, I couldn't get the finance for the main house. So I started with the minor dwelling, which is what I'm living in, until I can actually get the finance to build the main dwelling. So I'd like to see more flexibility in policy as we move forward.
To stop you now, I'm sorry.
That's all good.
That was a very interesting presentation, and the ladies got copies of your slides? Yes. Okay, if you could share those, that would be great. I know it doesn't, the 10 minutes goes really, really fast.
I know it does. Being a speaker, I often go over.
I just want to, on behalf of my colleagues, thank you sincerely for driving all this way for your 10 minutes.
It's a pleasure.
Just to let you know how much we genuinely appreciate the effort that you've gone to and the submission that you've made, and we will be taking it into our deliberation. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for listening. And look, I did all that without notes. Yes, Mum. Right, it's not mine, that's yours.